Good evening. I would like to call to order the regular governing board meeting of the Jefferson Elementary School District, July 22nd, 2020 at 7:01 p.m. And can we get call on the members present, please?
Clayton Koo.
Here.
Marie Brizuela.
Here.
Maybell Manio is not present. Manufo Inga Anawai.
Present.
Shaquille Ali.
Here.
And looks like Maybell Manio's.
Oh yeah, she's coming.
And Maybell Manio.
Here.
All right. And this time, is it possible for us to ask Dr. Joyner to lead us in the pledge? Or is it easier to just have Mr. Vidal do it?
Oh, go ahead, have Joyner do it. That'd be nice. There's the flag.
Sorry, I was trying to unmute myself. Okay, we can all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you, Dr. Joyner. At this time, the governance team will review our team meeting guidelines. And once everyone has chosen the guideline they're focusing on for this evening, you can just give me a thumbs up. All right. And I didn't see Mr. Koo, but okay, great. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Mr. Ali, Mr. Ali, before we approve the agenda, I need to request that we remove the name of Christine Mejia from item 11C.
11C. Yeah,
Okay.
sorry about that.
11C.
Yes, 11C, which is, I believe, yeah, certificate of personnel, item 11C.
So what's the name again? Christine?
Correct.
It's the first name under that item.
Christina Mejia.
So we're taking it off, and so no action on that.
Well, we're making action on the item, but we're removing that name from the item.
Off. Yeah.
All right, so do we have a motion to approve the agenda with the amendment of taking off that name?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda with item 11C omitted.
Second.
Not item 11C, just the name, Christina.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry, with just the name, Christina omitted.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye and thumb.
Aye.
All right, aye, unanimous. Right now, we'll move on to item 6, public hearing. Item A, public hearing 2020-2021, CSEA, chapter number 233, contract renewal proposal. A public hearing will be held to receive public input on the CSEA chapter number 233, contract renewal proposal for the 2020 to 2021 school year. CSEA is proposing to open negotiations on Article 5, wages, Article 6, health and welfare, and Article 11, leave of absence. And so we will start the public hearing at 7:06.
There are no speakers for this or the next item.
All right. So we will close this hearing at 7:07. Item number 6B, public hearing for Jefferson Elementary School District's counter proposal to CSEA chapter number 233. A public hearing will be held to receive public input on the Jefferson Elementary School District's counter proposal to CSEA chapter number 233 for the 2020 to 2021 school year. JESD is proposing to open negotiations on Article 5, wages, Article 6, health and welfare, and Article 8, hours and conditions of employment. And we will open this hearing at 7:07. And are there any speaker cards?
There are none.
Okay, so we will close this hearing at 7:08. Moving on to communication. Item A, 7A, board member acknowledgements and commendations. And looking at the screen, on my screen, Clayton Koo is to my right, so I'll start with Mr. Koo.
I just want to wish everybody a happy summer as much as they can. I also hope everybody's staying safe and healthy. Also, I wanted to thank Mr. Vidalas for attending the SMCSBA Town Hall this past Monday. It was a town hall with board members, superintendents, teachers, and union presidents from across Mendocino County discussing a lot of the sort of concerns and approaches on how best to sort of reopening our schools. So, and then maybe this great conversation. I think we had over 300 people on Zoom and probably a couple hundred more online watching on Facebook. So just want to thank Mr. Vidalas for sort of providing our district's perspective on reopening our schools.
All right, thank you very much for those comments. And next is Ms. Liana Anoa'i.
I want to echo the sentiments of my fellow board member, Trustee Koo. I was very proud to see our superintendent representing our district. In addition to him being on the panel, they opened it up to the floor for the panelists and or other board trustee members of the public were on the call to possibly chime in. And I will say that after each long pause, Superintendent Vidalas was able to respond to the questions. I know he's trying to keep the floor open to share the wealth of wisdom, but for me, it gave me great pride to know that we were represented well. So I want to thank Superintendent Vidalas for continuing to do a great job and reflecting the good work that happens here in the district, especially during these unprecedented times. I too would like to wish everyone well and encourage everyone that despite the uptick that we see throughout the Bay Area, throughout the state, that we have the power to be able to flatten the curve once again. So if we could continue to be the example and wear our masks every time we need to ensure that people see us doing that continuously. But wishing you all a great summer, what's left of it. Be safe and be well, everyone.
All right, thank you very much. And Ms. Manio.
Hi, everybody. I also agree. I was viewing a little bit of it on Facebook, and I saw how our district represented and appreciate Superintendent Vidalas for taking the time to do that and, provide insight for, and best practice sharing and knowledge and all of that. And I also want to wish everybody a safe and healthy summer. I hope everybody's doing well and enjoying themselves as much as they possibly can during all of this, and hang in there. And yes, absolutely, it's obvious what we need to do in order to flatten the curve and fight this pandemic and this virus. And it's really simple. It's not that complicated. Wear your mask, social distancing, keep your outgoings at a minimum, and all of that. So we appreciate all that the staff and teachers and families are doing to help our county do that. So thank you, and thank you for joining us this evening. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And Ms. Brizuela.
Yeah, I have a little different point of view right now. I'm hearing messages that we're not going to be out of the water with this virus well into October. So my biggest concern right now, and I've heard from some of our staff members, that they're concerned about returning to school sooner than they should, and that we are putting our employees and our students at risk by putting them together too soon. I think we need to really take this seriously, because if you read enough of the material that's out there, you will see it is not going away right now. It's really here. And by thinking we can all come back to school, we're putting our students in jeopardy, but we're most of all putting our teachers in jeopardy. And I don't know if any of you have been, had anyone contact you yet, but they have been contacting me. I'm concerned, and I hope that we will not be one of the ones that are going to say, it's okay, well, come on back to school on the first day of school that we usually go back to. So unless I hear otherwise, I'm not in favor of the children returning and the teachers. We're putting them all at jeopardy. And I had to say that now since it was sort of brought up. Okay. So other than that, not too much else news. I'm staying home all the time. So.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Brizuela. And I'd just like to also acknowledge and commend Mr. Vidales for representing for our district at the county meeting. I wasn't able to attend the whole meeting, but I know it's an important issue. And as Ms. Brizuela said, everyone is, they have emotions about it. And, I've been contacted as well. I'm sure all the board members have received dozens and dozens of emails about this. So we will be, making a decision as a board together. We haven't made a decision yet. So we have the opportunity to stand up and be leaders and be authentic and say and show what we really feel. So I'm looking forward to that this evening. And I would also like to commend and acknowledge the city council. They had a pretty sensitive meeting tonight, a special board meeting, talking about how to support the Black Lives Matters movement and how that translates to a city like Daly City, where some people may think that everything is hunky-dory here and that we don't have any problems, but there's always two sides to every story. Really, there's three sides, but there's other people and there's other experiences that deserve to be heard as well. And the city council did a good job of trying to navigate through that. So at this time, we'll move on to superintendent comments.
Thank you, Mr. Ali, and thank you to the trustees for commenting on the session that was held earlier this week with San Mateo County School Board Association. It was my pleasure to represent our district and my views and perspective on this very troubling and complicated issue that we have to address, and we can't escape it. So entering into it fully. I do want to share some good news on this. We did have excuse me, we had a short summer session this summer sponsored by the Silicon Valley Community Foundation for our big lift, rising kindergartners through rising third graders. and our Power Scholars Academy, which is our rising 4th graders through our rising 8th graders. And I did visit on close to one of their last days, and it was really good to see students in person. I've seen them through Zoom. I haven't seen students in a long time in person, and they all of the rules they needed to follow with regards to their facial coverings. And they have very different rules in the summer program because they were run as under the model that is approved for daycare, which is a bubble cohort model. I'm not to get into that, but there's different rules in expectations for how students interact with one another than exist for the school, as a school. But regardless, it was great to see kids engaged in learning and with their teachers, and it was a good thing to see. And that's about it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. At this time, item 7C is persons wishing to address the board. This portion of the agenda is available for individuals to comment on or address the board on any issue that is under the board's jurisdiction and not on the agenda. Please submit speaker card. The speaker cards were submitted beforehand, and I've asked Board Vice President Maybelle Manio and former President Clayton Koo to read the received comments back and forth. So, alternately, we have quite a few. And I just want to remind board members that there may be things mentioned that we will be discussing in closed session. So just be careful as we're reading the comments that we're just listening.
Mr. Ali, we do not have any for 7C. They are for items on the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So we're moving on then to item 8A. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Before we approve the consent agenda, we did get a comment card on item 10B. So we just pull that from consent and we'll address it when we get to it. That would be great.
What was the number? 10 what?
10B.
B, okay.
Oh, okay. So is there a motion to approve the consent agenda, taking off item 10B to be discussed?
Motion to approve the consent agenda with the edit of removing item 10B from the consent agenda.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Thumbs up?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, unanimous.
Mr. Ali, can we have a roll call vote on that, as there are some resolutions on this consent agenda?
All right. You have a
Well,
roll call?
the resolutions, aren't we doing them separately?
Well, there's a resolution, item 9C, I see on here, so that's on the consent agenda.
Generally speaking, resolutions are not. They're to be voted out loud by themselves.
Would you like to make a motion to take item 9C off the consent agenda?
Yeah, 9C off, yes. And it's kind of hard me going back and forth here, but trying to balance this on my lap. But if there's, trying to see if there was another one.
There's another under 10. If Trustee Brucewell is requesting to remove resolutions, there is another one under 10. 10M, M as in Mary, 10N, N as in Nancy.
Yes.
Okay, because it's my understanding that resolutions are supposed to be voted individually. Now, unless there's a rule in the procedures that we don't have to do that, fine. I'm not sure, but I thought Mr. Vidalis was going to check that out.
I did,
you?
and I did get an answer just right before this meeting. It is appropriate to handle resolutions under a consent calendar, consent agenda, as long as it's not required to be an item that needs a discussion or a vote, like a public hearing and such. But as far as resolutions, it is appropriate.
Did we get that in writing from the county council?
Yes, I'd be glad to do that. I'll do that in your Friday information.
Okay, yeah, I thought you were going to get it before, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Unless the rules have changed, and I've been, on the school board since '81, all the resolutions had to be done individually.
I can say that as long
If it
as
changes, sorry, I think you got cut off.
So doesn't mean it's right. It just means it's happened for a long time. But it is actually allowable. So if Mrs. Brizuela prefers to pull them off, we can pull them off today. If she's okay leaving them on, then we can vote for them on the consent agenda.
Well, don't leave it up to me. There's a majority of people here. I'm just saying I would like to make sure that we're doing it correctly. That's all. Because for years, it's always been, it had to be that way. If someone is changing it, just get a copy of a letter from county council telling us.
I will do that.
Okay, so it's up to the board. They can vote on whatever they want to vote on.
I think as long as we're taking a roll call vote, that kind of solves the problem. If we take a roll call vote on the consent agenda, is that all right with everyone? Does anyone want to make the motion?
No, I have my own opinion on this. Let the board take it.
Okay, well, I move that we go ahead and take off all of the resolutions from the agenda. We'll go ahead and take off M and N as well.
Okay.
It'll just take us a minute to approve them all separately.
I will make the motion then. If President Ali, if you're mentioning for us to consider that, I will then make the motion to remove resolutions 8C, 9C, 10M and N, and 12C from the consent agenda to be considered and voted on individually.
You have a second?
No. Does he second it?
Second.
Oh.
Okay, it says the recording has stopped.
Shoot.
Well, we're still live, so we'll keep going.
Okay.
Yeah, we're still recording. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So do we have a second?
I was going to say, if you want to amend it and that we just vote on it all together, we could, those items, if it's easier. The ones that were supposed to be consent.
Okay.
If we just want to, okay, if you want to do that, it might be a lot quicker. We're still doing a vote on those particular three or four.
Motion to approve the consent agenda as it stands. With a vote. Right? That's what you wanted?
No, I didn't say that. I said, I don't mind if we vote on these items together, but not as a consent.
You'd
In other
like
words,
to vote on the resolutions as a collective?
Yes, as one vote, one vote.
Outside of, separate from the consent agenda?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Do you want to amend your motion then to include that?
Okay. I don't have all the numbers. Oh, I think you had them. So I'll second Fo's motion.
Okay.
Okay. So let's handle that first. All those in favor? We're
Aye.
voting on, okay, aye.
Aye.
Okay, that's unanimous.
Aye. Now it is.
Okay, there you go. Now, I'm gonna just go in order to keep it simple. So okay, well, the next one will be item 9C. So do we have a motion for items 9C, 10M, 10N? I believe those are the three.
I believe there's an item 12C as well.
Yeah, there's a 8C, 9C, 10M and N, and a 12C. So there's five resolutions.
I make a motion to pass all 5 resolutions on the consent agenda.
Second.
I'll second.
Oh,
2 seconds.
Okay. Can we get a roll call, please?
Mr. Koo,
Aye.
Mrs. Brizuela,
Aye.
Miss Monio,
Aye.
Miss Leah Inga Anawai,
aye.
Mr. Ali.
Aye,
Yay, unanimous.
you did it. Teamwork. Okay, so good teamwork. Item 9F, JESD COVID-19 school plans for 2020-2021 and instructional materials. The administration recommends adopting learning approaches for families to select from in how they support their children's learning for the 2020 to 21 school year and COVID-19 pandemic period. The board will hear a presentation of the models considered by both the Reopening Steering Committee and focus groups. The recommended learning models are aligned to the 4 pillars: health and hygiene, face covering, physical distancing, and limited gatherings. These are all described in the San Mateo County Coalition for Safe Schools and Communities Pandemic Recovery Framework. All learning models rely on JESD staff to facilitate the learning of our students and are adaptable to local health conditions.
So we're gonna switch over to the presentation. This is a presentation will be shared by myself, Mr. Brent Valenti, and Dr. Heidi Joyner. We'll be representing the work of district staff over the summer months or since last May. So if you can remember back in June 17th, we had a presentation to share with the board the work of the district steering committee on returning to school at that point. 5 weeks later, there's been a lot more work done on this return to school plan for the fall of 2020 and refining the recommendation that initially we were leaning toward back in June, but now solidly have landed on. Also, since June 17th, and many of you referenced this in your opening comments, much has shifted. At that point, if you can remember, San Mateo County and San Francisco County, we reference both because we are on the border and are impacted by what happens in both. Both counties were on a trajectory at that date to reduce the transmission significantly if they continued on that trajectory. Almost immediately, on June 18th, the data started to shift. And since June 18th, case counts and other metrics that are used to mention and monitor COVID-19 have taken a swing upward. Today, San Francisco County is on the state watch list. San Mateo County is not yet on it, yet those who review the data believe that it should be so and by the end of the week due to the increasing numbers and high levels of case counts and hospitalizations among other measures. If you would advance the slide, that'd be great. Last Friday, Governor Newsom gave a press conference in which he spoke or shared these words. I'll let you just read them. They're at the top in italics. At his press conference, Governor Newsom introduced the concept of the schools in relation to counties that are on the watch list. And in a nutshell, he said that any school in a county that is on the watch list must start school in distance learning mode until that county is off the watch list for 14 days straight. So, as I mentioned, San Mateo County is not yet on the watch list, but it's believed to be on the watch list within the week. It's being monitored right now, and there's some other negotiations going on. I'm not sure exactly. But Governor Newsom, made what he also did, and the legislature did when they passed the budget. They established standards and expectations for rigorous distance learning. I know that was a big concern for members of our board as well as the public in general for what happened last spring. And we have to remember last spring was an emergency response. We were at the beginning of an emergency. We do expect distance learning to look quite different moving forward. But these are some of the requirements that have been put in place by law and also by Governor Newsom. So you'll see our recommendation include some of these considerations as we move forward. You can advance the slide. So our school district has looked at a variety of different documents and guidance within the state. We looked a little bit at the federal ones, but everything at the federal level has been replicated fairly well at the local or state level. Dr. Scott Morrow, who's the chief health officer for San Mateo County, and his department, they have a great website that we reference. I do, at least, on a daily or every other day basis, monitoring health conditions in San Mateo County. There have been some good documents prepared by the County Office of Education and the State Department of Education, as well as the Department of Public Health, that provide information and guidelines for effective protocols. And all of these documents, if you read them independently and then then consider them together, all of them support what the pandemic recovery framework supports. If you can advance the next slide. They all point to, and I think Ms. Manio referenced in different words, but the same concept, the 4 pillars. And the reason is that these 4 behaviors are what has been shown to bend the curve, to slow the curve, to reduce the transmission in the community. And that's what our plan is based on. And so I would like to now turn it over to Mr. Brent Valenti, who will go more in depth on this and other items that happened since June 17th.
Very good. Thank you, everybody. Good evening. So as Mr. Vidal said, just mentioned the 4 pillars of the San Mateo County Pandemic Recovery Framework. They're the main lens through which we are looking at our approach to returning to school. They're intended to work in concert to reduce the likelihood of the spread of COVID or any illness for that matter within a school setting. And the behaviors and actions required in the 4 pillars are grounded in science and represent best practices in preventing the spread of communicable disease. It's also an opportunity to provide and create a new school norms that are going to help improve health and safety for all of our members. So those 4 pillars are health and hygiene, which include cleaning supplies in each room, hand soap, hand sanitizers, constant cleaning around the bathrooms and touch points of the school, and all students having their own individual school supplies. Facial coverings, which we've all become more accustomed to. We will be able to make facial coverings available at site to those who need them or who lose them for that matter. But it's also a matter of reinforcing the wearing of facial coverings, and we have to develop norms as to how to communicate and be respectful of one another, but also to reinforce that. And that comes with signage as well as interaction. Of course, physical distancing, as I'll show you in a moment, in a classroom, the desks and workspaces in which people are working together need to be 6 feet apart, and only 10 to 16 students per class, based, of course, on the class size or the size of the room itself. The accommodations need to be restricted. And again, signs on the ground to ensure distance learning, just like we're seeing all around us. And of course, finally, one of the last 4 pillars is limiting gatherings. Back to school nights, assemblies, things of that nature that are so much a part of our returning to school need to be concerned with. And congregation of people in small spaces, the staff room culture, how it's going to impact when we get back, people really needing to ensure they limit their gatherings. Next slide, please. Oops, looks like we've had a little movement, but I hope you can see that okay. The hybrid drop-off and classroom setup, I have a quick recording. We say, how are we going to get these students temperature taken, back to school? We're fortunate enough to have an opportunity this summer with Big Lift, and I'd like to take a minute just to show a quick video of how they did it over there. Can you click on that for me, please? If you're not able to do it, yeah, there you go.
Oh, mine went away.
You can.
What?
You gonna get that?
Can you see it?
No.
Okay.
Oh, there's a car with someone's
Yeah.
leg hanging out.
Okay, that's the video. I'm getting ready to start it.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. You want to make it for this full size, please?
Yeah, full size would be nice.
So this was at the Big Lift program at, that's Ms. Hannon working it over at Susan B. Anthony, cars pulling in, students being dropped off, and then temperatures being taken. We have.
Good morning. How are you? Good, thank you. Have you been in contact with anyone about it? Anyone helping us? There you go. Attending a camp or childcare? Awesome. Thank you. Give a water bottle right now.
Great, thank you very much. Now, while again, we're fortunate enough to have that this summer to learn from. But looking at these pictures, these are Jefferson Elementary classrooms. You can see desks are 6 feet apart. It makes for quite the Spartan classroom, but those are the requirements. We have to limit the amount of posters on the wall and student work. We will be having hand sanitizer stations, encouraging and monitoring regular hand washing, as well as daily and nightly disinfecting of the classroom. And again, these are all from our classrooms in the district. Thank you. Next slide, please. All of this has to be looked through an equity lens, because we want to ensure that our school district provides a rigorous and safe educational experience to all of our students, looking through the context of the 4 pillars. We need to prioritize health, safety, and the welfare of our students and staff. We also need to support our most at-risk students who need our support the most. We are working to engage students with live daily instruction interactions that meet state instructional minute requirements, and ensuring that our students have access to the technology and curriculum materials and services they owe. Thank you. So how do we get here? We had very robust conversations with an elementary input session and a middle school input session as to how to reopen schools. We began though with a steering committee made up of myself, Mr. Vidalis, the director of maintenance, the director of food services, both presidents of our unit, CSEA and AFT, as well as site representatives, just to get acquainted with the San Mateo County Pandemic Recovery Framework for schools and to develop some general recommendations. Site-based teams were developed, made up of staff, families, and students at the middle school level to review site-specific considerations because it's not a one-size-fits-all plan. Each site selected representatives to participate in our district facilitated input sessions that myself and Dr. Joyner put together. And we had representatives from all elementary and middle schools, and we collaborated to make recommendations at 4 bi-weekly return to school input sessions. We met every Tuesday for the middle school meetings and every Thursday with the elementary school meetings. And it was a great collaboration and people gave up their time and we really appreciate it. So as I mentioned, this is just an illustration of the representation and of course the picture. What makes sense for the Jefferson Elementary School District? What are we going to put forward? And I'll have to pass it over to my colleague, Dr. Joyner, who's going to discuss the options for families moving forward. Dr. Joyner?
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. So from our collaborative meetings, we are putting forward a recommendation to implement 2 education models. Our first model is, we call it the hybrid learning model, and that's a mixture of at-home learning and in-school learning, but with the understanding that all students who are in the hybrid learning model will start school with distance learning at home for a minimum of 3.5 weeks. The other model that we are putting forward is we're entitling it virtual school, and that is 100% online learning through a platform, a company called Edgenuity, and I'll talk more about both of these. So the hybrid learning, which is the mixture of at-home learning and in-person learning, all students will be put in the hybrid learning model to begin with. Families who want to do the virtual school, which is the 100% at home, they will have to opt into that learning model. So to begin with, all students are put in the hybrid learning model. And again, this school year will start with all students at home learning with daily live interactions and instruction for a minimum of 3.5 weeks. And that minimum of 3.5 weeks, we will look at the local health data and implement slow, gradual reintroduction of students until full implementation of the hybrid learning model. But we also will pause or return to 100% at-home learning if needed, based again on the local health data. So in the hybrid learning model, Wednesdays will be set aside for extra supports for students who are the most at risk. And each day is expected to meet the minimum instructional minutes and will include live instruction by our staff. And the food service option will continue to be once a week for our students. As well with the hybrid learning model, when students are not in school, they will work independently from home on assignments, and students will attend school twice a week, either on a Monday and Thursday or Tuesday, Friday. And again, the hybrid learning model will only be implemented after the health data shows that our county is okay and we've had 14 days, and we will do a gradual re-entry into school. This days will be a staggered school day beginning between 8:20 and 8:40 a.m. and ending at between 12:40 and 1:10 p.m. And we're staggering the school days so that we don't have a lot of kids on site at the same time. We are focusing on those 4 pillars and social distancing and limiting gatherings. So we want to keep the students, as far apart as we can. And again, grab and go lunch each day for the students. So this stair step shows how we will bring kids back to school. So again, the goal of the hybrid learning model is to get students at school twice a week, Monday, Thursday, or Tuesday, Friday. But again, depending on that health data. So all students start at the bottom of the staircase in the hybrid model instruction, but they will start at home. And then we will review our health data continuously. When that health data is positive and the community begins to open, then we will slowly begin to transition our students in this hybrid learning model to face-to-face instruction at school. And again, that would be twice a week. And that's 2 days of in-school instruction. If the health data is positive but regresses to negative, the district or the school will pause advancement, step back, or return to instruction at home, just depending on what that health data looks like. And that means we would start back at the bottom of the staircase, students working from home. But again, trying to move up the staircase is the goal to get to 2 days of instruction, 2 days of face-to-face instruction. So just an overview again of the hybrid learning model is all students will start in that hybrid model. And again, they will have to opt into the virtual school. The hybrid model is 2 days a week and face-to-face instruction. When students are at home, they will be working on assignments and doing synchronous learning. And Wednesdays will be set aside for work with our most at-risk students. Our second plan is called, we've entitled it Virtual School, and this is a family choice. This is 100% online learning. And so again, all students in JESD are put into the hybrid learning model. Families will have to choose the virtual school. So what virtual school, students will receive their education via an online platform, and the company is called Edgenuity. Students will learn from home and be supported by JESD teachers and staff. Families will commit to virtual school for 1 year, so they can't jump in and out throughout the year. However, there will be an opportunity at the semester for families to make a decision if they have to step out of the virtual school. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. Each student will be taught English language arts, math, science, social studies, and have access to 2 electives. And while this curriculum is different from our JESD core curriculum, the online distance learning curriculum is aligned to the Common Core standards. Once approved, if approved, families will begin selecting preference for this option this week. We will be sending out an email and a letter to families to let them know what their options are. And our students in virtual school also will receive the food service option once a week to pick up their breakfasts and lunches for the week. So our next steps, we are putting forward these 2 learning models this evening for the board to approve, which we are offering the hybrid model and the virtual learning model. Along with this, we're looking at regular analysis of our health metrics and the status of our county. And all students in JESD will begin 100% distance learning. And after 3.5 weeks minimally, and based on the health data analysis, we will begin to consider gradually introducing students back into the school setting. And again, those are the students who are in the hybrid model only. One of the next steps we would like to do is hold informational meetings to discuss virtual school and determine student participation. And we're also providing differentiated professional development for staff based on their assignment, if they are teaching in the hybrid model or they're teaching in virtual school. We have professional development for both. We're also arranging for student instructional material distribution, which will include technology and all of the resources that students will need to begin school at home. And we are going to have continuous communication with our staff and community as new information is gained. So these, again, our two models are the hybrid learning model and the virtual learning model. Thank you. That's the end of our presentation.
All right, thank you very much. That was a very thorough presentation because I only have one question and then it was answered, which was about the technology. You know, if the students were to choose Edgenuity, or if they're, you know, whether they chose Edgenuity or not, if we're all going to be on distance learning to start, were all the students going to be offered technology? So I actually do have another question, but I want to go ahead and open it up to any board members that have any questions or, yeah, start off with questions.
Thank you, Dr. Joyner, for your presentation. I do actually have several questions, but I'm not sure, are we gonna do the speaker cards and then discuss, or vice versa?
We should.
We can do the, I mean, we'll do the speaker cards before we vote, but I think you can ask your questions now since she just made the presentation and it'll be fresh on Dr. Joyner's mind.
Sure.
Excuse me, Mr. Ali.
Yeah.
Can I say something before we? I would like to hear what somebody else is asking us first, so that in case some of that might be some of our concerns, we would have that information first.
Yeah, we definitely will read all the questions and comments before we vote.
Well, no, I'd like to do it before we speak, because that means we're gathering all the information to us first, then we can deliberate.
We're not going to deliberate before we hear from the public. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
I understand clearly.
So we just want to give Dr. Joyner a chance to answer questions right now, and then we'll hear the public comments and questions from the public.
Okay, so I get it. And then we'll deliberate after public comment, correct? Okay, so I just wanted to ask, as a parent, if let's say I choose the hybrid model and then for whatever reason, if it's health data or whatever, even just sentiment, would I be able, I know I can't switch from all virtual to hybrid in the middle of the year, but could I switch from from hybrid to virtual once that starts? Does that make sense?
Yeah. So we have a date of December 14th, which is the semester, the end of the semester. And that's when students can move out of the virtual back to hybrid. If families want to move into virtual at that time, and anybody that wants to move into it, we would need an email or a letter to figure out, what the rationale is, because then we have to ensure that we have space, for those students. So it's it's not a no, it would be determined at that time.
You have a question?
I do, but I
Mario?
feel like it's gonna come out in the speaker cards anyway.
The same question? Okay.
Yeah, we'll deliberate.
Yeah. Anybody else have any questions before we read public comments? I do have just one question, unless another board member has one. I don't see.
I have a question, but
Okay.
if that's okay. I just wanted to I wanted to ask about I don't know too much about Edgenuity. I was just wondering how we came about. I don't know if there are other virtual platforms. And then the second part to doing virtual, I wanted to kind of gauge where we were at with technology, and do we have any issues with digital divide, you know, with our students, not just getting a tablet, but have we experienced or do we have any data with regards to families having issues with connectivity while they're at home? So those are my questions.
So myself and Mr. Valenti and a team of us, we met with a few programs, and we chose Edgenuity for a couple of reasons. One of the main reasons is that the San Mateo County Office of Education put forward and supports the use of Edgenuity. Many districts, many of the high school districts around us use Edgenuity for their courses, credit recovery. South San Francisco, myself and the assistant superintendent there, we met with Edgenuity to look at the K through 8 instruction. And so we chose them for those reasons. Their program is all online, and it's taught by the program itself. So our JESD staff will support the students with their learning, but the learning comes directly from the courseware. Brent, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, a couple other things. Thank you. Yes, we also were able to work with our Director of Technology, Ms. Baroni, and our colleague Stephanie Martinez. There's a social emotional learning curriculum component to the Edgenuity as well that blends in, that can be used in that capacity. So we thought that was also a strong reason to move in that direction. The familiarity Ms. Baroni had as well with the program. And again, the collaboration we had with Dr. Joyner and the other districts that had been using it, we felt that was probably the best way to move forward. Thank you.
And then in terms of technology, we do have technology for all of our students. And as we did previously, we surveyed all of our families to see what their needs were. And we will do that again to ensure that they have hotspots or that they have connectivity where they are. And we have devices for all of our students. So I think we're going to be fine. And the students in virtual school will receive technology just as well as the students in the hybrid model.
And part of the individual school plans leading up to the opening of school will be the distribution of the technology. So we're not in the mad rush we found ourselves in, as everyone did. So it's going to be a lot more calculated distribution. People have the tools they need. We're working on getting those device purchased that we need, the renewed ones, as well as getting our 6th graders ready for the school to home one-to-one devices, which we want to continue with.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Koo, do you have any questions?
I do. So thank you very much for the presentation. I just had a couple questions. I know that in your presentation, you noted that every student would be at distance learning for at least 3.5 weeks. I was wondering how that came about, just like why 3.5 weeks versus like 6 weeks to 8 weeks or even longer, just kind of based off of a lot of the health factors out there, as well as sort of kind of the worries about a lack of a vaccine. I was just wondering sort of how 3.5 weeks sort of was decided.
I can answer that one. I think you can ask the same question for why 6 weeks, why 10 weeks, why 12 weeks. The reason 3.5 weeks was chosen was that it's 8 weeks away from today. We can't tell the future. That seemed like a far enough time away that we would be able to gauge some differences in health data. I would never say 4 weeks from today, that's too soon. 8 weeks from today seemed like, just judging what happened in the last 4 to 5 weeks, can change the trajectory greatly. Also, 3.5 weeks is the first Monday after Labor Day. And so if we were going to start to do anything that would start to shift schedules, we wouldn't want to do it any sooner than that. We figured a Monday would be a good day. Again, it's not a maximum 3.5 weeks. It is a minimum. Like, we will not do anything shifting until that point, if the data suggests that we can move safely in that direction at that point. Personally, I do not think that we will do anything in 3.5 weeks after school starts, but it is a good place, partially because it is 8 to 9 weeks from today. So that's in a nutshell how that time was. I had the same question for why 6 weeks. Most of the districts around us are selecting 6 weeks, and they don't know why they chose 6 weeks. They just chose 6 weeks, but that's up to them.
So thank you. I have a follow for that question. So if it's with 3.5 weeks, it's sort of aligned with like Labor Day. So say, for example, a family chooses one of the models versus the other models. And as school nears and there are sort of changes, either good or bad for the health situation, are families allowed to sort of make changes right before school starts, or sort of how does that go about? Just because how sort of you can decide if you can sort of opt in or opt out and switch over right before school starts.
So we are setting our deadline for January 31st. However, families have until Friday, August 21st. That is the latest date. And we're trying to get as close to the July 31st deadline as possible, because we need to know the number of students that we have, because that will then determine the number of teachers we need. So while families still have the option until August 21st, we are pushing or encouraging families to sign up, again, to opt into the virtual school by July 31st, with the understanding that they do have until August 21st. But after August 21st, we have to close it. And then the next date would be December 14th.
Okay, thank you for that. Just as a follow-up, just on that top of that one too. So I know in your presentation, you said if you picked virtual learning, it's 100%, and you sort of had to stick that route the whole year. But you can sort of shift at the halfway point in the school year, right?
Yes, at December 14th, if families feel like they want to go back into the hybrid model and they want their kids to come to school, they can opt to do that.
But there's no way for, like, say, a family to sort of like switch around in between that August 21st and December 14th.
No, the commitment is to stay for the semester, because the curriculum is based on semesters.
If I may, really quick, Board Member Koo, thank you, Heidi. But if we find ourselves in a situation where a student is medically fragile and that is the option most appropriate, or perhaps we have students coming in from out of the area and that's the choice, and of course on a case-by-case basis, but we really want to restrict it to semester at the middle, trimester at our elementary schools.
I think it helps if we can visualize virtual school as being a physical school, and it is a separate school. And just like we don't allow students to move schools at any given time unless there's good reason for such a move, we don't do it here because it is highly dependent on staffing. And if space is available, we could consider it. If space is not available, we'd have to have people wait or try to figure out a way for them to fit.
Good. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say that I appreciate hearing the flexibility to at least assess it case by case, because just like staff, just like families and parents, everyone is still adjusting. So it's good for the families to hear that tonight and to continue to hear it. We certainly don't want them to flip-flop between, or at least try to choose that by preference, but do it based on need. And if there are any other challenges. So I appreciate hearing that. I'm sure the families that are still trying to process all of this, as well as our staff, appreciate hearing all the details. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And Ms. Brizuela, would you like to ask any questions
Well,
about the presentation?
I just don't feel that it's going to be safe for the children, and especially we have to think about our teachers, that they're going to be exposing themselves to right now, because the virus is still up and running. It's not contained. And what if something happens and all of them get this virus? What are we going to do then? So I think we need to keep our teachers safe as well as our students. And if we're being told, stay at home, wear your mask, don't do this. By the way, wearing a mask is pretty difficult for children to function. And there's not going to be any, how can a teacher really go and help each individual student during this epidemic that we're all facing? So I wonder, are we in a real big hurry to get the kids back into the classroom? Or can we see what's happening and listen to what we're being told, that it's going to get worse by October? So how can we sit and just feel like it's safe? I don't think it's safe.
Is that a question for Dr. Joyner?
I think it's a question I want everyone to think about. I think that's what I'm trying to say. We got to think about the parents and the students, but most importantly, the teachers that are going to be, I know some teachers are, and I'm not saying which district they're from, are thinking of just resigning and leaving because they do not want to be placed back into a classroom because of what's going on. So I think we have to be careful and be sure that as long as the epidemic is still out there, we need to be careful what we're saying is it's okay to go into the classroom. And as you well know, some of you that either have children or have been in classrooms to see, children they do touch. It's hard to keep them distance apart from each other. Let's face it, children are children. And I think we better be very, very careful what we're planning to do on this. I'm just afraid that
this is not deliberation time. We're just asking questions about the presentation, and we'll hear from the
Oh, I'm sorry. I've heard it all, and I see it. I got it on paper. Let me see if there was a couple of questions here. Okay, so you're saying that everybody will be wearing face coverings? Is that what they're saying in this presentation? That means the children come with face coverings and stuff like that. I don't know about you, but I think children miss out when things are covered up. You don't really get the same feeling as when they don't have the mask on. And so I think we have to really think carefully about putting our teachers in jeopardy of having a hard time to teach them without vision, stuff like this. And whether or not will it be safe in October. So I just have to keep going back to that. So I'm done.
Okay, thank you. So I can answer for Dr. Joyner. We don't know if it will be safe in October. And also we're not rushing to throw anyone into the classroom right now. We haven't voted on a model yet. But the model that I heard advanced was to start off as a hybrid model and distance learning first for a period of time. So that definitely is not rushing back into the classroom, but we'll get to that a little bit in a few minutes, I guess.
So the other question is, since you said that, if I might just leave it on the table, there are many students that need to have the help constantly, which they will not get. Okay. And so I think we need to think everything in circle. Okay. And I'll say more later. Sorry.
Thank you. No,
Okay.
no worries. All right. So my, all right, is that it?
For right now it is. I don't want to take over.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So, Dr. Joyner, my question is just, and I apologize, I should have asked this before, but I didn't think about it. So I'm not trying to get you in a "I got you" or moment. But has there been any talk about grading, since that was somewhat controversial towards the end of the school year for a lot of districts? So are we, as we start off with the hybrid model, are we starting off with the same philosophy for grading that we did when we left at the end of the school year?
We have not discussed that, but that is something that we will be discussing in the upcoming weeks. Once we get approved, or we find out if we're approved for both of these models, then we will start to get into the details, and grading is one of those details that we will be discussing.
Yeah, if I may, Board Member Ali, President Ali, most of the clarification's been on our accountability for attendance, reaching out to families, and ensuring a lot of those things that we didn't have to do from March to June are reintroduced. There's been waivers for the year in terms of instructional minutes and the such, but I don't believe we've come across anything in terms of grading and how that applies. So we'll be working with our partners on that.
All right, thanks very much. So I think at this time it would be appropriate for us to hear from the members of the public, the comments, the comments that they have submitted beforehand. And we can start with Ms. Manio, and then you guys can, board members can alternate back and forth one letter at a time. And I would just ask if I don't know if you had a chance to call through them and see which ones are similar. But you might have to group some letters together that if they're almost exactly the same, and just read the names of all those people, and then just maybe read one or two of the letters, the whole letter, up to 2 minutes. So hopefully I'm not saying too much at one time. Mr. Vidales can add any more clarification if he would like to.
No, I think I will have the timer. So at 2 minutes, it will go off. And if we could respect that and then move on to the next comment, I think we have in total tonight about 50 or about 70 comments. So that's already, if everyone takes their 2 minutes, that's 140 minutes. So over 2 hours. So, we do want to hear from the public. So, and hear from all of the speakers. So we want to make sure that someone has longer than 2 minutes, then we move on to the next speaker.
I can stay up till midnight if it means listening to all the people that want to be heard.
Ms. Manio?
Yes, sorry. Okay. So this is from Dom Lamb. Dear JESD school board members, good afternoon. I hope you're all doing well, keeping safe and healthy at this time. My name is Dom Lamb. I'm a teacher at FDR. I have been teaching for over 19 years, and I've also had the privilege of talking and speaking with most of you. The way it's set up is really bad. Sorry. Every time I switch over, it's taking the whole thing out. So the current proposal as suggested by our district leadership is for distance learning to start the school year, with the idea of reopening student in-person learning at schools in 3.5 weeks. While I realize we all want in-person schools, including all of the teachers, this time frame of 3.5 weeks is not realistic. As a JESD board member, San Francisco USD, San Mateo Foster City USD, Mountain View USD are just some school districts who have tentatively plans to reopen student in-person learning at
10 weeks to 2 months past the start date of school. There is no other school district that has such a short time frame of 3.5. This is unconscionable. It is in, oh gosh, I'm so sorry. Districts have a plan, have a health plan in place for reopening of student in-person learning, with almost all other school districts using the 14 days with no increase in COVID infection rate. In the county model for reopening schools, I suggest that JESD follow the same exact model that every other school district seems to be. I don't know, some reason these are cut off. To me, it would make the most sense that student in-person schooling would start when our county has met the 14-day requirement, not base it on a time frame of 3.5 weeks or 8 weeks or even 10 weeks, but base it on the current San Mateo Health Office. Was that my time?
Keep reading.
Additionally, the leadership is deciding that teachers should report to their school sites for the weeks that our district is doing distance learning. This just doesn't make sense, plain and simple. Not only is it still a health and safety issue, but it would be severe hardship for all teachers' families. Many of the teachers, including myself, have something. Thank you for your time to read this email. I know this is a hard topic. We're moving into uncharted territories. Let me say that I love being a teacher and will love to be back teaching, but under these circumstances, I support and teach my students best in a distance learning model. And that is from Dom Lem, FDR.
Next speaker is Jared Kuykendall, parent and volunteer. My family and I have a number of questions that have not been answered to date. In addition, providing a support structure for distance learning in the form of programs, apps to improve classroom connections. The spring efforts were understandably reactionary, but I was still disappointed in the lack of consistency in teaching provided to my kids or in the classrooms at every level surveyed. I believe teachers want to teach, but without support, their ability to consistently and effectively communicate to students will be limited. More specifically regarding COVID-19. If a teacher tests positive for COVID-19, are they required to quarantine for 2 to 3 weeks? Is their sick leave covered, paid? If that teacher has 15 to 30 students, do all their students need to then stay home and quarantine for 14 days? Do all those students now have to get tested? Who pays for those tests? Are they happening at school? How are the students being notified? Does everyone in each of these kids' families need to get tested? Who pays for that? What if someone who lives in the same house as a teacher tests positive? Does that teacher now need to take 14 days off of work to quarantine? Is that time off covered, paid? Where's the district going to find a suitable or find a substitute teacher who will work in a classroom full of exposed, possibly infected students for substitute pay? Substitute teach in multiple schools. What if they are diagnosed with COVID-19? Do all the kids in each school now have to quarantine and get tested? Who's going to pay for that? What if a student in your kid's class tests positive? What if your kids test positive? Does every other student and teacher they have been around quarantine? Do we all get notified who's infected and when? Or because of HIPAA regulations, are parents and teachers just going to get mysterious, may not have been in contact email all year long? How will it affect students and faculty when the first teacher in their school dies from this? The first parent of a student who brought it home? The first kid? Without adequate measures, we risk our teachers, staff, students, and community. Without appropriate support, distance learning will not provide a quality education. I believe efforts are being made on both fronts and hope that answers will be provided as we approach the start of the school year. Thank you.
Okay, and a mom, Jenny Lee, is saying that my youngest son who attended kinder this year did not do well on virtual learning this past spring. If we opt for 100% virtual, will there be workbooks given out, physical books, and at what percentage would be virtual?
Next speaker.
Can we stop for a second? So if people have questions like that, this is on the agenda. Should we maybe stop and give a chance to answer those questions?
Mr. Ali, the way that our protocols work, if it's also a question shared by a board member, that the board members would ask. The public doesn't ask questions of
Right.
presenters. So.
Right.
So I would suggest that we hear the speakers and you can jot down the questions that you would like to ask at the end.
So we need to, all the board members need to pay attention then to certain questions that are asked so that we can ask them. My issue with this process is that since it's virtual, there's certain nuances that we're missing. If we were in a live meeting, board members would be able to stop and ask questions. So I just want us to be mindful of that. Jot down your any questions that stand out to you. The other thing I want to mention is that this process is somewhat problematic because there's going to be a lot of questions that are asked that are misconceptions that were already explained earlier in the presentation, and we haven't got a chance to highlight that. So I'm not sure how other board members feel about that. But I know for sure there's going to be certain questions that are asked that have already been answered. So does anyone else have any input into that? If not, we'll just keep moving on.
I just think that if there is a question, let us ask it at the time that we hear it. Otherwise, we're going to be off track if we go on to something else. So I don't think we're going to ask a million questions.
Okay, so why don't we make it that at the end of the 2 minutes for that particular public comment, if there is a question that came up that a board member shares, then ask it at that time before we read the next person.
That sounds good.
Okay, thank you.
And I just want to be transparent. So if the speaker is pausing or I am stopping the timer at that time until the speaker resumes so that we get the full 2 minutes.
No, I was saying we're going to actually read the full 2 minutes and then the board member will ask the question after that.
Okay.
I also wanted to say that if we will be asking the questions, if we too can be mindful of the time, if we're asking for the 2 minutes for comments, if we could do our best to ask within that time limit to be mindful so that everyone else can stay on board to hear everything tonight.
Yes, thank you.
And that's why I suggested that board members ask their questions at the end, because I think that way it gives us an opportunity to hear from all the speakers and then board members can deliberate and ask questions. But if you want to do it after every speaker, then that will multiply the time and perhaps we won't hear as much from our speakers, but it's up to the board.
I think we take it as we go along. If there's something we have to say, we'll say it right away. And if nothing, we'll move on. Some of them will be the same questions.
Right, that's what I'm hoping, that once we've gotten those questions out the way, we can just keep moving. Okay.
That's right. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, cool.
Next speaker is Audrey Aguirre Wu. She's a parent. Her comment is, there was a wide range of instructional time content provided to students in the spring, from a 15-minute Zoom once a week to longer Zooms, YouTube, and better use of Google Classrooms. Will schools ensure more teacher consistency in the quality and quantity of content provided?
And hi, my name is Tana Siebert, and I am a 7th and 8th grade science teacher for TRP Middle School. I'm concerned about reopening schools too soon without the proper safety equipment, protocols, and criteria. In order to ensure the safety of all concerned, we need to supply COVID N95 masks, fix the ventilation system, install touchless hand sanitizers, increase bus schedules, set up contact tracing, hire more custodians to sanitize and disinfect the buildings on a daily basis, and go 14 days without any positive tests for Daly City. I'm an old teacher. My husband is in his 60s with a heart condition and a pacemaker. He's retired and a primary caretaker of our elderly family members. I am scared and do not know if I could deal with the daily stress and anxiety of wondering if I will bring home the virus and potentially kill my family members. I think the fact that board meetings are from the safety of your homes via Zoom is sending the message that you do not feel safe or comfortable being in an enclosed room for even an hour with other people who are not in your family. We have improved our online learning tools and techniques and are better prepared to engage parents, guardians, and students. I believe this is the safest option until the criteria mentioned at the beginning of this letter is met. Thank you for your time and consideration. Tana Siebert, TRP Middle School teacher.
Next speaker is Sarah Yoon. She's a parent. Her comment is, I want to ask the superintendent why not more parents were on their committee to make decisions. The survey sent in late June asking for our suggestions, then ranking each other's was useless. They need parents, teachers on that committee, not just district staff. JESD needs to be more informative.
Sorry, kind of hard for me. Next one. It's disheartening for me as a teacher and a parent to need to fend for my own safety and welfare of my own children during this time of uncertainty. It is already very stressful during the pandemic, on top of receiving news that I and teachers like me would be penalized for wanting to remotely teach students and keep schools closed until it is safe for kids to return. It is unfair that dedicated teachers like me who are given the option to teach remotely due to childcare challenges are now told that they will potentially lose their jobs in the next school year. As a dedicated teacher at the JESD for 10 years now, I would like to have more support from the school district to preserve my passion and job to teach students for many years to come. Please do not put my life at risk when I also have children to take care of, as well as elderly parents. Please don't make it a requirement for teachers to report on site during the start of virtual learning. Stress levels have reached its peak. With childcare challenges and financial stress during the pandemic, do not impose the 1.5% pay cut. We should not be penalized for all the hard work and behind the scene hours we put into making learning work for our students and in and out of the classroom. Let's align ourselves together in this pandemic and take care of teachers who ultimately take care of our students. Isn't that what we are here for? And that is from Jamie Mastrangelo.
Next speaker is Betty Liu, teacher. As a teacher and a parent of school-age children, I asked the board and district leaders to hear my concerns. I've invested years of service in education and my place in the classroom. However, I wish to return on site when it is safe to do so. My children have not hugged or been in close proximity with their grandparents since shelter in place, and I am expected to send them back to school. My spouse is also a full-time teacher. We no longer have children. We no longer have childcare and have been assisting our elderly parents as well. There are too many uncertainties, and with the rising number of COVID exposures, I do not feel safe returning on site, and I do not feel comfortable sending my children back to school. 3.5 weeks of distance learning is not enough time. Teachers should be given a choice to be on site or at home teaching without any risk of losing their current positions. The solutions being presented will not please everyone. I understand the challenges we all face. Virtual learning was not ideal and it was not easy. Parents need to be back out to work. I get it, but I'm not a babysitter. I'm a teacher, but I'm a parent first. When it is safe, I'll gladly return with my children. But as COVID cases keep rising, I do not feel comfortable returning after 3.5 weeks of distance learning. Please consider reassessing the situation and think of the teachers and staff as well as our students.
Okay, next speaker card. Good evening. The nickname Old Lady Kretschmer is not insulting. It's true. I am 54 and I started teaching in Daly City when I was 21 years old. The students that I have taught in my first internship at Westmore are now 51. I have faithfully, enthusiastically taught generations of students for almost 2/3 of my life. I have made connections at George Washington, Susan B., and Thomas Policita with students and their families that have spilled into my personal life. I have attended my students' birthday parties, first communions, confirmations, and quinceañeras. I have celebrated the births of their siblings and later their own children who I have also taught in my classroom. I've written them letters of recommendation, helped them get into college, obtain jobs in the trades, and supported their decisions to defend our country by joining the military. I've attended the funerals of their family members, and in a few heartbreaking instances, I've attended funerals of my students and hugged their weeping parents through their inconsolable grief. Over the decades, I've received countless letters, emails, phone calls, and personal visits from former students who wanted to reconnect as they may have remembered something that happened in the class long ago that will resonate
with them that still resonates with them today. Multiply me by hundreds of JESD teachers from preschool and TK to 8th grade. Add in dedicated instructional aides, office staff, custodial staff, counselors, speech pathologists, OTs, school psychologists, administrators, maintenance crew members, lunchroom staff, nurses, and all of the others who work on a daily basis in close proximity to our students. Every single one of us is dedicated to making those professional and personal connections with the students of JESD. We didn't get into this profession to get rich or become famous. Each of us was called to do this life's work, and we want to teach our kids in person. We want to welcome our students back. We want to do our very best every day for each human that graces our rosters, but we cannot be strong educators, innovative leaders, great role models, and the inspiration for young minds if we are in fear for our lives, the lives of our family members, and the lives of our colleagues, students, and their families. It's imperative that we collectively do what is responsible, safe, and logical to keep our community safe and alive. We can't teach if we are sick or dead. Please work with us and consider the lives of those who work directly with the children of JESD. We're on the front lines, yes, but it shouldn't cost us our lives. Fair Kitcher, OLK, TRP Middle School.
David Finn, 7th and 8th grade math teacher. I agree that as soon as it is safe to have our students back to school, we should. However, I'm very concerned about the plan to bring us back to in-person learning this fall. This violates council to avoid large gatherings, especially indoors, where even talking can create a risk of transfer of the virus. The hundreds of people in our school certainly fits that description. Opening fast endangers schools and the broader community. Temperature checks do not account for asymptomatic carriers. If students or adults are asymptomatic or pre-symptomatic, they can still transmit the virus. Some of us are at increased risk. Even if we teach 12 to 14 students all day in a bubble, there is no accounting for how or if they isolate when away from school. Several camps have tried to reopen, are now shutting down because of the virus. Many universities and schools have decided to not open for in-person right away. Some students can't or won't control themselves. If we can't count on them to not break rules, how can we say that one of them is not going to intentionally cough or sneeze or on somebody or touch things that they shouldn't or not wash their hands? To a student, taking off their mask or not sneezing into their elbow might seem like a mild transgression, but it can be deadly for some and a financial disaster for many. It's not right for any school to allow its community to be guinea pigs. It's cruel to make teachers choose between safety and keeping their position.
This is from Candace Huey, a parent. I believe virtual learning will be the safest for children for the 2020-2021 school year.
Sandra Saltz, 3rd grade teacher at George Washington Elementary School. Board members, I strongly encourage you to consider distance learning for as long as possible. I've been teaching for 28 years and I know the importance of in-class learning. However, I adapted successfully instructing students this spring through the use of Google Classroom, Class Dojo, and Zoom. I met with students individually and addressed their emotional and educational needs better than I would have if we were in the classroom because of that private time. Starting with the 3.5-week distance learning is just unacceptable. We don't know what course the virus will continue to take. We could be back in the classroom for a week and then transition to at-home learning at a moment's notice. If this is the case, I would need to quarantine myself from my elderly parents and mother-in-law, all of whom rely on me to prepare meals and house clean. I also babysit my nephew's 2-year-old and 3-month-old on Saturdays. I would not be the one responsible for being a carrier and affecting my family. Please consider the safety of employees, students, and families. Education is still 100% guaranteed, but safety is not.
Okay, next speaker card. My name is Kevin Owens and I teach math at TRP. I understand that we cannot reopen schools until our county is off Governor Newsom's county watch list. However, this watch list is too lenient. When San Mateo County gets off the watch list, it does not mean it is safe to reopen schools in Daly City. Due to our higher infection rates, we must have stricter guidelines than other districts in San Mateo County. We must not reopen our school sites until we have 14 days with 0 new cases in San Mateo County. I'm not willing to be part of the plan that prematurely makes parents feel it is safe to send their child back to school. I am not willing to potentially give myself long-term health implications for the $65,000 I will make this year. I do not say this as any sort of threat, but instead to report to this board the depth of my feelings. If JESD decides to open schools before it is safe, I will consider quitting in the middle of the year. Your decision could literally be the difference between life and death for our families and our staff. What is the acceptable amount of dead teachers, the acceptable amount of dead parents? You have the power to reduce the amount of death in Daly City. This is an immense responsibility and it is imperative that you do not merely defer this decision to county or state officials. I hope you decide to protect our community and agree to not reopen the school sites until we have 14 days of 0 new cases.
Next speaker is Susan McMahon-Diogi. As an educator, there's nothing I want more than to return to my classroom and students. Science and logic dictates that opening our classrooms to students before winter break would put the health of students, school staff, and families at risk. As of today, June 21st, Daly City has 656 confirmed cases based off of the San Mateo County Health's website. This is the third highest in San Mateo County. By having a winter break hard timeline, we will somewhat bypass the flu season. We'll have 14 days of winter break to reassess the cases of COVID. This should give us time to think about the next steps. It's also important to remember that children are not the only people in a school. We must also consider transmission to school staff. Last year, 3 Arizona educators sharing a classroom contracted the virus even though no student were present. Which brings me to the second point. You're passionate and driven teachers. We must be respected as professionals and given the choice as to where it is best for us to provide a robust distance learning instruction. Many of us would like to work from home when we are at the distance learning phase. Many of us do not have safe classrooms with proper ventilation. This is for the safety of all. Thank you for listening. It is my hope that you will do what is best for the safety of our community. Wishing you all continued health, respectfully a dedicated, passionate, professional, and hopefully valued JESD employee.
This is from Cynthia Guggenheim, who is an 8th grade teacher, science teacher at TRP. It will be a loss to not have a normal school year, but health and safety must come first. We must not return to school until it is safe. I would hate to leave JESD, but I will be forced to do so if my health and the health of our community are not valued. I won't risk spreading the virus to my family, my students, or my students' families. I will return to school if we have 14 consecutive days with no new cases in our county. At the very least, we should not return until after winter break, at which point we can reassess. People get COVID by being in an enclosed space with someone who has the virus, which is what we will do if we go back in person. COVID's most contagious during the first 14 days when people are asymptomatic. Temperature checks aren't sufficient in stopping transmission. Youth between the ages of 10 and 19 spread the virus faster than adults. As middle school teachers who will eventually see all 160 to 200 students per week, the risks are too high. The recent rise in infections and death in the US is caused by society reopening. Reopening schools will cause infections and deaths to rise. We can't perpetuate a system where low-income families get sick and die while the more affluent stay home and stay healthy. As a district committed to equity, the safety of our community must come first. My lives and the lives of my students are not valued by JESD. Going back to school unnecessarily risks our community safety. Even one unnecessary death is unacceptable.
Next speaker is Nicole Shea, teacher. Dear honorable members, I'm requesting that you extend the practice of distance learning until after winter break so we can bypass the flu season. At a minimum, we should be aligned with JUHST as we share the same families. Nothing changed since mid-March except a significant rise in COVID-19 cases, higher than ever. This puts all of our students, families, staff, and teacher families at new and significant health risk. Many of our students live in multi-generational homes in close quarters with no extra space to social distance if one member is ill. Also, teachers should have the option of working from home if they prefer. There are many risks with being on site. as we are all sharing the bathroom, staff room, refrigerator, and other shared spaces. Health reports have determined that being in the same room with an infected or asymptomatic person with COVID-19 for 10 minutes or more can result in transmission. We hope that you find a balance of keeping your teachers and or families safe from COVID-19 while trying to continue the education of our students. Please keep everyone safe and keep us home as long as possible or until there are significant changes such as a reliable vaccination, therapies, or reduction in COVID-19 disease numbers. Sincerely, Nicole Shea, Fernando Rivera School.
Next speaker is Marianne Piance, third grade teacher at George Wash. Dear JESD school board members, I'm in favor of being in the classroom with my students because I love learning with my students and creating the dynamic and relationship for my students to work and do their best. Having to Zoom and interact with my students through digital means in the third trimester of 2019-2020 school year did not feel the same as interacting in person. I do not have children or live with anyone who is immune compromised, nor am I immune compromised. So ideally returning to the classroom is the best case scenario for me. However, this summer was the first time I'd gotten COVID tested. Thankfully, I had tested negative, but it was an eye-opening experience for me because I realized that no matter how many precautions we all take to sanitize, disinfect, wear our masks, and keep a 6-foot distance from others when having to leave our homes, the virus still spreads. The added risk of being asymptomatic and spreading COVID, especially amongst children 12 and under, is frightening. It was during the 6 days that I waited for my COVID results, which were understandably backed up due to the volume of people getting tested, that I realized how much my life would change if I had tested positive. Not to over dramatize, but I started thinking about how I wouldn't be able to physically embrace or be around my parents, family, friends, colleagues, or students, which really hit me hard. I stand with my brothers and sisters in JESD in wanting to start the school year virtually for longer than 3.5 weeks. We were informed by our district administration that teachers are expected to teach from their classroom for the virtual learning period. I think it is important that our teachers not be forced to work from the classroom during any virtual learning period if they do not feel that it is in the best interest of their own health and safety. Another concern we have is that teachers who choose to teach virtually for the 2020-2021 school year will not be guaranteed to return to their home school or grade level assignment for the following year. They should not be forced to teach in a new and unfamiliar school site just because they put their own health first. We all pour so much of our heart and soul into the students in our teaching, and that will not stop just because we do it from home. Lastly, the district administration informed us that teacher collaboration time, our 1 hour allotted meetings every Wednesday with our grade level colleagues, which was agreed upon in our union contract in 2015, must now be dictated by an agenda created by site administration and site leadership teams for the upcoming school year. If we refuse term, we could lose 1.5% in salaries allocated for collaboration time. Should I continue?
2-minute bill.
Okay.
No. I want to just stop there too and say that this is where we have to be careful about comments that are being made about closed session items. Just be mindful of that.
Next speaker is Teresa Nailon, a teacher. I've been a teacher for over 30 years. This school year will be my 26th year in the JESD. Over the years of my experience, I can honestly state that when the district and our site administrators act in good faith and treats teachers and staff with respect and as members of a team, optimal results for all stakeholders are achieved. However, the current tone from the district is leaning towards adversarial, which is counterproductive because we all want to maximize student success for the whole child. Teachers and staff need more support and unified problem solving at this time, not divisive or hostile policies. From long-term experience, I know how long it takes to reestablish professional trust and respect once it's changed.
Okay, next speaker card. Dear Superintendent Vidales, board members, administrators, teachers, and other distinguished employees of the JESD, this is an unprecedented time for the district. I'm here to express serious concern I have to recent proposals your considering to make to our district policies. We are relying upon you to make the safest and well thought out decisions. First, I strongly feel that certified employees should be given the option of returning to their current job site if assigned to teaching the virtual online program for the 2020-2021 school year. By not allowing them to do so can at best be seen as unthoughtful and at worst as punitive. Why isn't the district willing to work with these employees? Second, I think I need to extend the distance learning only opening to right after winter break rather than only 3.5 weeks. Nearly all surrounding districts are opening at 6 weeks. Furthermore, I strongly urge the district to wait until the new daily cases for COVID goes for 14 days with no new cases until we open up school. I'm sure you've heard of the saying, better safe than sorry. After all, the lives of students and employees of JESD are in your hands. Third, during distance learning, teachers should have the option of working from home, or if they prefer on-site. It should not be a requirement to be on-site. We were praised how hard work during distance learning, yet we are told to come to school when we have proven ourselves trustworthy to do the job. It seems that the district does not trust the teachers enough to do the same again. Thank you for attention in this manner. Lisa Davis, TRP teacher.
Next speaker is Catherine McMonigal, second grade teacher at George Washington School. Dear JESD school board members, my name is Catherine McMonigal and I'm a second grade teacher at George Washington School. To say the least, this year has been one of the most challenging years of being a teacher in my career. I have learned more about technology in the last 4 months than I have since the internet started back in the 1990s. I have Googled, Zoomed, teleconferenced, and emailed almost every day since March 17th until June 20th, the last day of a distance learning course I took offered by the San Diego County Office of Education. I put in endless hours to not only teach my students the best way I knew how, but in the process of learning and teaching myself how to be a better online teacher. In trying to stay healthy, I do not go anywhere. Sorry about that. In trying to stay healthy, I do not go anywhere except for the grocery stores. I have not seen anyone except for my immediate family. One of the reasons I am very careful is that I am the sole caregiver for my 87-year-old father. When the district sent out the accommodation request form, I decided that I would fill it out in the hopes that if there is the option to teach remotely, that I may be considered for it. Days after filling it out, I was shocked to learn that teachers who participate in the program who lose their position at the current school. Apparently the same goes for students who participate. It seems almost as if it is a punishment from the district for those of us who want to stay healthy. I've been at George Washington School for my entire career, 28 years. I have students whose parents, cousins, aunts, uncles, brothers, and sisters I have taught. To think that I would lose this community because I've decided to stay safe is unfathomable to me. Not to mention to lose the students and families who have attended George Washington for generations because they want to keep their children safe. On Friday of last week, I learned that we would be distance learning for the first 3.5 weeks. This is a great start, but not enough. It is my opinion that when dealing with children, we need to take every precaution we have, including vaccinations. I do believe that this is why children must have their immunization up to date before entering school. Now we are allowing children to come to school and knowingly be exposed to an illness with no cure, and to think that an extra 3.5 weeks is going to help is ludicrous. On Monday of this week, I learned that teachers will be required to come to school and teach remotely. How is it safe for me? Is there a guarantee for my colleagues are virus free? I love the teachers I work for, but I would rather not share a bathroom, a microwave, door handles, or anything else. I do not need to. Okay.
Okay, next one. Hi, my name is Erin Durham, and I am writing on behalf of myself, Jessica Jones, and Barbie Sagarkis, third grade teachers at Woodrow Wilson. We are writing to share our concerns over the proposed plans for reopening / distance learning this fall. First, let us say that we are not fans of distance learning. The end of the last year was stressful and frustrating for both teachers and families. So please know that when we advocate for continuing distance learning this fall, it is with heavy hearts. We want nothing more than to come back into the classroom with our students. However, the health and safety of our students, teachers, and staff must be our top priority. With the troubling news about the resurgence in cases here in California and addition of nearly all Bay Area counties on the state monitoring list, which San Mateo is dangerously close to landing on, we must exercise caution as we consider reopening. We have concerns about the district's 3.5-week online/hybrid model proposal, namely that it does not go far enough in guaranteeing that any decision to return to in-person instruction will be based solely on data and evidence that prove safe conditions for our return. Many neighboring districts, including Jefferson Union High and San Francisco, are proposing 6 to 8 weeks of distance learning before reassessing. Our district's proposal does not allow sufficient time to either monitor development of cases or to implement any kind of rigorous distance learning routine. A more sensible plan would be to start with a minimum commitment of 6 weeks of online instruction, then wait to return until there have been 14 days with no new cases in the county. Anything less will inevitably lead to further community spread of the virus. We also take issues with the fact that teachers are being required to work from school sites. It should be a teacher's choice to work from home or from campus, depending on what they feel is the safest for them and their families. It's also disappointing that teachers may not be guaranteed their previous position if they need to teach 100% remotely due to health concerns. We should not have to choose between our jobs and our health. We are only just learning the long-term effects of this virus. There seems to be more questions than answers at this point.
Yeah. Sorry, okay, I wanna, do we have a lot of speakers left?
We have like over 70.
Okay, so I wanna make a suggestion because I'm already hearing a few questions that need to be clarified, and that way you all can start grouping the letters together that are of similar sentiment. So I'd like to ask the first question of Mr. Vidales, which is, there seems to be some confusion about the minimum 3.5-week time period of distance learning. I keep hearing in these comments that after the 3.5 weeks, it sounds like the teachers think that they will be immediately going back into the classroom and the students will be immediately going back without examining the data. Is that the case?
No, at the 3.5 week point is when we would start to look at the data. And again, as I mentioned during the presentation, I don't think that 3.5 weeks is going to be enough. However, I do feel that if we want to be data-based, that we should make decisions based on data at those time points. And I think that whatever decision the board makes in terms of the initial distance learning period, that we want to be responsive to data and not to other factors which may arise.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. So if possible, can you both group those letters together that are mentioned in that particular topic? We want to respect.
We just received these speaker cards as they were due at 7:05, the latest. And for us to read all of these and synthesize them we would have to read all of them first.
Yeah, I think it's faster if they just read through them rather than have to omit a comment that was already stated.
I think the time it would take for us to review comments and sort of summarize it would be longer than sometimes actually reading the whole comment at the end.
I agree.
This is a pretty important topic, and I think we need to put the time and effort to getting this done. The more we talk about how we're doing it, we're wasting time. Just read the next one.
Okay, just let's continue, but I just want to clarify what I'm saying is that we're hearing the same words over and over again. So I'm not muting anyone's comments, and I'm not diminishing the importance of this, but we are hearing the same thing over and over again. So that was my only intent of what I just said. So let's just continue and not deliberate this. Okay, excuse me. Let me also facilitate the meeting because there's been a couple of times where you told people to go ahead, but for this purpose, I'm actually the facilitator, and that's it.
Ooh, wow. Go ahead.
Ms. Mania, what was the last speaker?
See, this is we need to maybe take a step back for a second because I'm still facilitating the meeting, and then after I'm speaking, you're telling people to go ahead. So that's what I'm referring to.
Okay.
It's facilitation. That's it.
Don't go ahead.
Ms. Manu, who was the last speaker you read?
Aaron Durham.
It was Aaron Durham.
Aaron Durham.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Next speaker is Marcia Meyerhoff, Resource Specialist at George Washington and Westlake Elementary. To JESD School Board, I am dismayed by the Jefferson Elementary School District's recommendation that the school year start with only 3.5 weeks of virtual learning. Two neighboring districts, the Centennial High School District and the San Francisco Unified School District, have stated that they will have virtual learning for at least the first 6 to 8 weeks of the upcoming school year. At the June board meeting, the JESD superintendent stated that he would follow the example of the neighboring SF Unified School District. I strongly believe, given the current explosion of COVID-19 cases in our region, that JESD needs to follow the examples of our neighboring districts. As knowledge industry professionals, teachers shouldn't be forced to work in the classroom to prepare their virtual lessons. Teachers should have the option of working from home, as was the case during the last spring shelter-in-place mandate. There are other points to consider as well. Less people at school means less opportunity for the virus to spread into common meeting areas. With many teaching materials already online, teachers can plan effectively lessons from any location. The prevalence of Zoom and similar technologies make it practical to reach out to students remotely and to work with them in a way that almost as effective as in-person teaching, but a lot safer given the circumstances of today's pandemic. Also, some teachers are living with medical conditions or have family members with medical conditions that increase the vulnerability to the COVID virus. Would it be best if those kinds of risks were mitigated through the use of remote learning, at least until next year? And as a final point, those teachers who choose the virtual teaching option for the school year should be given the option of returning to their home school after the 2020-2021 school year. Our current situation is far different from taking a sabbatical or a leave of absence. Teachers who have a health issue have selected this option, and they should be allowed to return to school sites once COVID is no longer a threat. It takes years to develop a rapport and camaraderie with the staff, students, and families. This recommendation only strengthens teachers' ability to teach effectively. That is why I recommend that teachers return to their school site once in-person teaching resumes for the 2021-2022 school year. Sincerely, Marcia Meyerhoff, Resource Specialist at George Washington and Westlake Elementary.
Okay, this is from Nancy Zerner, librarian and media teacher. Good morning, board president and members of the JESD. It has come to my attention that there are considerable proposed changes being made to our contract for the 2020-2021 school year. I consider these changes as an insult to the staff, teachers, students, and families of our district. Safety of our community should be the highest priority. Everyone wants schools to reopen. What we don't want is to begin in-person teaching, face an explosion of cases and sickness, then be forced to return to distance learning. I strongly believe that the only option to ensure the health of our Daly City community is to complete the 2020 year with distance learning. It is reckless and unsafe to reopen public school campuses with face-to-face instruction as this virus continues to explode. As a United Fernando staff, we believe that opening schools with face-to-face learning should be considered after the winter break, as long as the virus cases have continued to drop. This also allows us to bypass the flu season and allows us time to reassess the COVID-19 cases. The board recommendation to open face-to-face learning after 3.5 weeks will accelerate the spread of this highly contagious and deadly virus. Secondly, we refuse to accept a reinterpretation of the AFT 3267 contract. As part of our contract agreement, Article 3.2.5, I oppose giving up our teacher-directed collaboration time and the threat of a cut to our salary if we do not agree to the contract presented by the board. Thirdly, certificated employees should be given the option of returning to their current job site if assigned to teaching the virtual online learning, and not be penalized for putting their and their family's personal health and safety at risk. To threaten to reassign them is appalling. A threat to one is a threat to all. Lastly, we as educators take our jobs seriously. We care about our students' success and want them to have the greatest opportunity to learn we can provide for them. We literally transform learning overnight, setting up our homes as classrooms. There's no reason to require us to work on campus given the severity of the virus, the amount of sterilization needed to accommodate the sharing of common space, and the lack of trust demonstrated by your proposed directive. We have spent much time and effort to lay the groundwork to develop an outstanding and equitable learning environment these last 4 months. We've been meeting and working over our summer vacation to develop successful strategies for what may become an alternative learning environment. Much time and effort has been invested to ensure students succeed, but who says education at school must occur inside our classroom? Let's get creative and go high tech during these uncertain times. As a librarian and media specialist, I believe it is possible to provide an exceptional online education during these stressful and uncertain times.
Next speaker is Melissa Talavera, teacher at George Washington. Dear JESD board, I am one of many teachers with young children at home to worry about during this scary time. However, I will not be requesting to work virtually for the entire year. I believe there are teachers with much greater need to do so than me. It is reprehensible to punish these many teachers for putting their health first by telling them that they are not guaranteed a spot at their school next year. How can you punish someone for not wanting to risk death? In regards to distance learning, we need to stay virtual as long as it takes to drastically reduce numbers of positive COVID cases around us. 3 weeks is not long enough. You will send us back to school in time for fall flu season and the expected spike in COVID-19 cases. We're not yo-yos. If we are in a time of distance learning, teachers must have the option to work from home. We have every right to feel and be safe while completing our jobs. If you put us at risk, you will not have enough teachers to teach the amazing students of Daly City for long. We will fulfill our jobs to the best of our abilities from the safety of our homes. We don't need to sit in empty classrooms to do so. We will still come into contact with other staff during the day in common areas, thus adding to the risk. We have not been given a sufficient reason for having us on campus because there isn't a sufficient reason. It is a power play, plain and simple. For the last 5 months, we've been told to stay home in order to stay safe. Home is still the safest place to be. Sincerely, Melissa Talavera, 5th grade teacher at George Washington.
Superintendent Birdie, I don't know if you see this, but it looks like another speaker card by somebody who's already put in a speaker card. Should I say it anyway? It's different.
Usually our protocol is to take 1 speaker card per item.
Jeez.
So that's a decision for Mr. Ali.
Can we take a vote of the board?
Go ahead and read it.
One second. Okay, this is from, God, it's so hard to navigate. Marianne Piance at George Washington. To the JESD board, we the teachers of George Washington Elementary School, we all care about our students, families, and community, but we need to express our concerns, questions, and frustration with the reopening of the 2020-2021 school year for the safety of our students, teachers, and staff. Teachers need to have the choice to work from home or their school site during any virtual learning period. It's unfair and unsafe to demand that teachers work from the classroom during virtual instruction. If the district is truly considering the safety precautions and measures against COVID-19 transmission, data is constantly changing and no country has successfully reopened with COVID cases rising. There is no specific data to show that students and staff being physically present in the class is 100% safe. What can be done to improve ventilation or air purifying during the colder months when we need to shut doors and windows? There needs to be improvement in air quality in our regular and portable classrooms, especially during extreme weather conditions. There's very little data collected concerning children 12 and under and the coronavirus, and what has been collected is inconclusive. How can school decisions be made Based upon such inconclusive scientific data, especially with the high probability that elementary school age children can carry the virus and be asymptomatic, our school site has had positive COVID-19 student cases this last school year when the rate infection was low. Teachers, staff have already been exposed and have had to self-quarantine. There needs to be plans for the following items. A, protocol for what happens when a student or staff member gets sick, providing substitute coverage. B, ensuring teacher and staff breaks throughout the school day and sanitation of the premises when we are on site. C, a plan to address the mental health needs and wellness of our students and staff. What, if any, are the plans in place of having on-demand COVID testing for staff and students? When teachers choose to teach virtually, they will not be guaranteed their school site or grade level assignment for the following year. Families who choose virtual learning for their children may lose their homeschool. It's extremely unfair that teachers and families should have to choose their own health and safety with the risk of being reassigned to a new and unfamiliar school site. George Washington, stop. Was that the timer?
That was the timer.
Okay.
Jeez.
Okay, next speaker is Kat Enberg, fourth grade teacher at FDR. Hello, I am Kat Enberg, teacher at FDR. This is my first time speaking at a board meeting. I'm a reserved person. I observe, I reflect, and I have support behind the lines, which tells you two things. One, I'm passionate about the subject, and two, I have great concerns for my family, my students, my colleagues, and the Daly City community. I thank you for designating our district to start the school year as distance learning, but I'm concerned with the length of time. 3.5 weeks is nothing in the grand scheme of this virus. We've been at home since March, and the cases have only risen in the county since then. I really don't believe 3.5 weeks after school starts that cases will be near zero, and it will be safe for staff and community to return to campuses. I agree with the majority that effective teaching happens in person, but I cannot effectively teach in person if I'm constantly worried about exposing my family. I have twin toddler boys, and my only source of daycare is my in-laws, who are both over 65 and immunocompromised. I cannot in good faith return to work and risk exposing them. So what are my options? Take on the burden of paying for daycare and risk exposing my own kids even more? Become one of the virtual teachers and potentially take that position away from a colleague that may need a position because they are over 65 and immunocompromised? Or continue to send my children to my in-laws and risk exposing them? When a COVID outbreak happens in our community, who tells my husband that I've exposed his mother who has autoimmune disorder? Who tells my mother-in-law? In the spring, we were crisis teaching. We went from being in school to distance learning in a few days, and we all did our best. Now we've had time to adjust, plan, prepare, and we can distance teach better until it is safe to return to school. Please be flexible and compromise with teachers. Some of us may need to work from home versus in the classroom to distance teach. In the end, if we teach and we do our jobs, does the location in which we do it really matter? Thank you for listening to my concerns.
Okay, next speaker card. I'm a teacher at TRP Middle School and have been happily teaching there since 2002. I'm writing to implore you to consider what's best for our students, staff, and the families in our community with regards to COVID-19 in the new school year. There are consistent recommendations from scientists, epidemiological experts, and doctors that strongly suggest it is not safe to return to school and that distance learning is the safest option until certain criteria are met. I believe we should not return to the class learning until there have been 14 consecutive days without a case of COVID in our district. I also believe the district should mandate distance learning for the entire first semester of the school year so there is not a succession of stops and starts due to COVID cases. And so the official return is comprehensively safe and effective. Please don't wait until we're experiencing illness and death to take action. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Sincerely, Lisa Frias, teacher.
Next speaker is Maria Deltina, 7th grade language arts teacher at Fernando Rivera. Number one, our return to school date should be pushed back to after winter break. It is unrealistic to expect that things are safe after 3.5 weeks. The break should give us more than enough time to reassess and prepare our return to classrooms. If we are basing our decisions on science and letting this virus take the lead, so to speak, we're not any safer between the time we close our buildings in the spring and this moment. That's 5 months of being in the first wave of COVID-19. How are things any better in September? Number two, if a teacher chooses to facilitate online learning, It is totally unfair if they are being told that they are not coming back to the previous assignments in the next school year. These educators are valuable contributors to our community, and we should not make them choose between their own health and their livelihoods. Giving them a choice speaks volumes in how we treat our teachers. And 3, working from home should be an option for some teachers. This is related to what I've stated about giving teachers a choice. Educators should be able to operate in a place where they feel the safest.
Next speaker card is from Julene Draper. Dear JESD School Board, the argument that children have low transmission rates or do not get very sick from COVID-19 does not align with my experience nor with emerging data from South Korea. I know at least 2 of my first grade students were sick with COVID-19 last spring. One was hospitalized and very sick for several weeks. Her mother stated that they went through a lot. My other student went to daycare and her mother to work in SF while mildly symptomatic and awaiting their positive test results. They directly exposed me to the virus when they arranged to get a hotspot while knowingly infected. The grandmother told me they didn't have the deadly COVID because they weren't that sick. I learned 3 JESD households within the family were infected. The first known case was their middle school daughter. I was told to quarantine for 14 days because I had no symptoms, no test. I have an immunocompromised husband and a baby. This was a horror for us. It was the second time in 2 months that I would need to be quarantined. There were no substitutes. I never stopped working and I collaborated continuously. I tell my story to illustrate this. 1, reopening our schools in any fashion after 3.5 weeks of distance learning is unsafe and unwise. The science we are reliant upon to guide us and keep us safe is still being studied and developed. There will be exposure to staff, students, and their families. The spread and effects of this level of interaction exposure are not yet known. San Mateo County and SF health metrics need to be evaluated together. Collaboration time should not be dictated and controlled as our needs and demands are responsive to an ever-changing situation. This is when and how we help our most at-risk children. 3, reporting to campus should be optional but not required. There are times we simply cannot and should not go, but that does not mean that we cannot do our jobs. 4, after 10 years of service and this spring's horrors, to be told choosing a year's distance learning could result in not being able to return to my class, my school, or community was a devastating blow in an already devastating time. I ask the board to reconsider their reopening plans and make changes on the 4 above mentioned criteria as an area of immediate concern. Sincerely, Julene Draper.
Next is Florlyn Arauco Castillo, 7th grade ELA teacher. The number of positive COVID-19 cases in San Mateo County have risen to 4551 as of July 20th. David Campos said, we're going towards shelter in place 2.0. Daly City has the highest positive cases. We physically closed schools in March when the numbers were fewer, but now that the numbers are higher, why are we going back to in-person school after just 3.5 weeks? We can prevent unnecessary death and positive cases. I implore the number-driven board and district leadership to critically, responsibly, and responsively think about those numbers and to seriously consider going to distance learning until after winter break. This should give us enough time to reassess the situation. I also appeal to the board to allow teachers to safely teach from home during distance learning. Requiring teachers to teach from their classrooms when it is unsafe in the guise of taking accountability is reprehensible. We overhauled their entire in-person curriculum to fully online in 2 days without any complaints. And this is the gratitude that we get. This is an insult to our teaching integrity, values, and morals. Finally, I beseech the board to reject an idea that teachers who choose to teach 100% online will be guaranteed their positions back next year. This punitive consequence is showing the lack of empathy for teachers who have loyally devoted their lives into our community. Teachers are not expendable. We love our jobs, but we should not have to choose between our lives and our livelihood.
Trustee Koo, I am skipping that one because it's clearly a duplicate, just FYI. Next speaker card is from Hiroko Lippi, resource specialist at Ben Franklin.
I've been actively following COVID-19 news updates on a daily basis, and I'm concerned that the virus has been spreading across our district. Despite JESD teachers and districts' hope for opening school with a hybrid model, it's very unlikely that this could be carried out safely until sufficient vaccines become available. Teaching from home saves commute time, which gives me more time for creating effective instructional materials. This would also allow more time for communicating with students and teachers. Safety should be our primary concern. If teachers are mandated to go to campus for distance learning, teachers would interact with each other within shared classrooms, restrooms, and teacher lounges. Even if we try to maintain social distancing, this will be a much higher risk than teaching remotely from home. Online teaching from school sites will also give more burden to custodians for cleaning and end up costing more money to buy cleaning supplies and ensure the safety of the teachers each day. In addition, although I don't meet the criteria for special accommodation to stay home, I am at an elevated risk because of my prescription medicine for my medical condition at my age is only slightly less than the high risk age group that is eligible for remote teaching. In conclusion, we need to follow the scientific data and recommendations provided by reliable sources regarding COVID-19.
Next speaker is Lai Tang Long, math teacher. I'm Lai Tang Long, math and art teacher at TRP. I've been with TRP since 2008. With so much uncertainty and risk on teachers' lives and their respective family members, plus with no federal plan to ensure our safety, where are we left to fend for ourselves? Returning to an empty classroom to teach virtually will not increase much more productivity and is unnecessary. The reason I would want to return to a classroom is that students can experience direct human interaction. But that is not possible now. So me going back to an empty classroom is not only dangerously high risk, but a plan that lacks humanity and without any beneficial direction. Please opt for a plan that considers human lives. I would rather be wrong than to lose even a single human life.
Who did you just do?
Lai Tang Long, line 41.
Sorry, okay. This is from Beverly Liano Torres, teacher with our district. There is no easy solution to the situation, and planning for uncertainty is difficult. First, I hope that we are in agreement that JESD should start the school year in distance learning. There is no other decision at this moment that is the safest and most sound. I implore you to consider the safety of the teachers and staff. I ask you to consider the plight of the teacher with their own school-age children learning from home. Having a family does not allow me accommodations in this job, unfortunately. Increasing exposure invokes anxiety. I am asking that you consider lengthening the time frame of 3.5 weeks that you are proposing for distance learning, just as neighboring districts are doing. As a staff member, we should not agree to participate in a plan that is only in the beginning stages of development, where all angles have not yet been considered. We have very large looming questions around supplies, safety precautions, schedule changes, and job security. In every scenario, there are even bigger questions that emerge. This is not safe. As a teacher, I'm asking you to please allow time for all the hard work I'm already doing this summer, planning teaching from a distance, to unfold longer than 3.5 weeks. Teachers need a chance to not teach in crisis. We need more teacher training. As a parent, I have our jobs to consider, my children's schedule, and family members to care for. I cannot uproot them again in crisis, not unlike what happened on March 13, 2020. Please show consideration of our families who are also trying to find a new normal and make plans for an extended time beyond 3.5 weeks. As a community member, we have thought about the lessons we need to teach children and about the importance of the 4 pillars. Are there lessons plans in place? Are we all in agreement about the rules, procedures, and communication we are sharing with families? How are we dealing with getting our families the food they need? How are we dealing with student trauma and isolation? I want to be part of the solution to create a new normal, but for me right now, the questions outweigh the reality. Please allow time to gather more input from our families. Please allow the time needed to prepare a safe environment for staff and students. Please allow time to really, really be certain that you are not putting my life and the lives of my students at risk. Thank you.
Next is Patricia Farad, teacher. It isn't safe to return to school. There is not a vaccine. Please commit not sending JESD students and teachers back to school until after the new year for our safety. Please support teachers' choice to stay at home during distance learning. Do not make teachers come to school if they do not feel safe. Allow teachers to choose to stay home during distance learning. There are school districts in California and other states that want students and teachers to return to school without safety measures. Wait for the data from these districts to see how many students and teachers are diagnosed with the coronavirus. Also, wait for the data from districts who do return students in a hybrid model. This data would help JESD decide if we should be in school in person or not. The reason I say this has to do with the following what ifs that go through my mind and cause me anxiety every day when I think about returning to school. What if a student or teacher or family member tests positive for the coronavirus? What if just one of those people who tested positive has been hospitalized? Or what if one of those people dies? We know that people die every day from the coronavirus. Is it worth risking any student's life, family member's life, or teacher's life? I've given 20 years of service to JESD, but I don't want to die for my service. I don't want anyone else to either. Please do what is right for the safety of the JESD students, families, and teachers.
Next speaker card, my name is Christopher Praxedes. I live in Daly City and teach math at TRP. I have read the county's pandemic framework and understand that we can't reopen schools until our county is off Governor Newsom's watch list. Daly City has one of the highest number of cases in the county, so JESD needs to have stricter guidelines and return than any other district. Those who have the ability to take action have the responsibility to take action. It is this board's ability and responsibility to make a decision on reopening. What you decide could be the difference between life and death. For our staff, students, family, and the Daly City community, we cannot be ignorant that COVID does not affect children. Children can still be asymptomatic carriers, can be spreaders to each other, to their families, and to Daly City. You all have the power to ensure that Daly City community is safe and secure. So if you agree, then we must not reopen our schools until we have 14 days with 0 new cases in San Mateo County, or the very least until after winter break. To close, I'm going to borrow a few words from a friend and teacher in another district who told me that sums up how I feel. Quote, the last thing I want to do is meet new students through Zoom, but I would rather do a Zoom than to attend a funeral for a colleague. I would rather do a Zoom than attend a funeral for a family member. I'd rather do a Zoom than lose my own life and health. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker is Christian Portillo, a teacher. Like most teachers, I'm very passionate about what's going to be happening this school year. I find it concerning that the current district plans to potentially have teachers back in the classroom 3.5 weeks after we begin the school year, when the surrounding districts are starting the school year with a minimum of 6 to 8 weeks online. While it's true that we are essential workers, we are in the unique position to be able to do our jobs at a high level while keeping our families safe. Decisions need to be made as if your own family's health are on the line. Our district should declare that for the first quarter or semester, our district will be online. This will result in peace of mind for staff, students, and families. It will also give us all a chance to plan for the long term. During remote learning, we helped students before, during, and after our contracted time. Some of us did this while having kids of our own. It is insulting to tell teachers that we are required to go into the classroom when there are no students. That decision tells every teacher that they can be trusted to do their job at a high level from home. The more that teachers feel disrespected, the less likely we are to trust that decisions made by the board and district office are made in good faith. The health of everyone should be the number one priority. Once we agree on that, let's find solutions that keep everyone healthy and safe without having to choose between our love of teaching and our health.
Next speaker card is from Hillary White, teacher. Good evening, board members, Superintendent Vidales, and all those present. The district has decided that we will begin the school year with distance learning only for the first 3.5 weeks of school. I don't believe 3.5 weeks is enough time. I'm concerned if we only allow 3.5 weeks of distance learning and we have to close the schools due to an outbreak, it would be disruptive to student learning and their physical, social, and emotional well-being. We can do better than 3.5 weeks to protect the safety of our community and provide quality education for our students. Personally, I feel my health and safety are at risk if we open schools too soon.
I will not be able to provide quality education to students if I am focused on protecting my own safety as well as the safety of my students. As a health and safety measure, the district has decided that we will reopen in August with distance learning. However, teachers will be expected to report to and work at our school sites for the weeks that distance learning will be implemented. This option is not healthy and safe for me, as I rely on public transit to get to work. I know it is neither safe nor practical solution for many of my colleagues. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Ms. Mani, I'm going to skip the next one because it's really repeated in the previous one. So the next speaker is Patty Viscara, teacher. Dear JESD Board and Administration, let's just commit to distance learning for the first semester period. If the numbers are good after that, let's proceed to the hybrid plan. If not, a new commitment for another 6 months. This would get us out of the crisis. Should we open, close, when, why, and allow us to really plan without anyone holding out hope for things to change or having a skipping for now type thing. For students, then there's no, well, I'll do catch up, and when we go back, everybody goes in with eyes wide open. Currently, out of 32 cities in San Mateo County, Daly City is ranked as third in the number of COVID-19 cases. Daly City has 656 reported cases as of today, July 22nd. Imagine the mental health of teachers right now. We are anxious to get back to school. We are unsure of what it will look like. We are afraid for our lives and the lives of our students if there are not proper precautions set in place. Mr. Kids, however, what will happen if teachers get sick? You may think that teachers are on vacation right now, but trust me when I tell you they are nowhere near being in vacation mode. Teachers are trying to figure out how will my teaching look like? How will I engage my students? How can I reach all students? Please stop wasting time and let's get the ball rolling. We need to train our teachers now how to distance learn. We need to trust our teachers that we are adults and able to rise to this challenge. We need to trust our teachers are able to teach from the safety of their homes and not require them to report to their school sites. A few months ago, teachers were being praised for their hard work and efforts. We jumped into distance learning with no training and less than 24 hours notice. We're now being called lazy and selfish for demanding to be protected. The president has made us political pawns. Everyone is telling us how to do our job except for us. I'm exhausted and we haven't yet begun. Patty Viscara, JESD teacher.
Next speaker card is from Calvin Poon, teacher. While we are looking out for our students, please consider the welfare of our teachers and their families as well, specifically requiring teachers to work at school sites while doing distance learning. If kids are not there, there is no need for teachers to be there. This would be an unnecessary burden on teachers' families, especially those of us with kids who need supervision.
Any more?
Yeah.
Lots. I see the look.
Sorry, I was trying to review the comment before. Ms. Mani, what was the last speaker you put? Goes to Calvin Poon.
Yes.
Okay. Next is Flametta Dizon, 8th grade ELA teacher. I would like to begin with declaring that I'm sure it is unanimous sentiment of my respected hardworking colleagues regarding reopening of schools. We demand the district set the hard deadline for opening after winter break. In an effort to not be redundant, I will not outline the reasons why this is the only safe option for teachers and families. I trust that a 5-minute Google search on COVID-19 trends after areas have reopened will yield sufficient evidence. I would like to dedicate the majority of my time to outline how the district has approached this entire situation in a shameful and completely tone-deaf manner. First and foremost, the district is responding by telling us what to do rather than asking us what we need. The demands are beyond disrespectful, forcing us to work at school, threatening to strip us of our hard-fought salary increase, taking away teacher-directed collaboration. All these things register in my ears as your employer does not acknowledge your hard work last spring, does not trust that you will continue to work hard in the fall, and overall does not value your health, your well-being, and your commitment to your students. In a time when the world is lauding teachers for their tireless efforts and willingness to adapt during these unprecedented times, these call-outs demands are frankly not a good look. Our district has constantly preaches wellness of PDs. However, they have not even considered what would make us feel safe, well, and valued. Rather, they present us this hypocrisy. Kids should stay safe at home, but the teachers need to go to work. It is as if they think I took summer vacation early last year. On the contrary, I bent over backwards to make contact with every one of my students and make sure that they were provided with a delicate balance of a rigorous online curriculum and the moral support in getting through their loneliness and tech troubles. I acted as a counselor and mentor to my students, all while managing my own mental health and well-being. Now, as I work twice as hard to completely flip my classroom, the district chooses to meet us with a big brother mentality and threatening approach. I'd like to point out that teachers always work from home. We teach from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m., and then we prep, grade, and communicate with students and families. Providing distance learning to the level of quality and rigor that I have set for myself has only tripped this workload. We are only reinventing the wheel this year. It is a slap in the face that I think that they need to police our work hours, our collaboration, and monitor our work ethic. Teachers always work hard on and off the clock, which makes them look that changed in March. I know I went over, so I'll stop.
Next card is from Lindsay Bazella, history teacher at Fernando. I was impressed by how quickly leadership acted in March to protect us all. I'm disappointed by what is being proposed now at this time. One, a more realistic reassessment date some months down the line would allow both families and teachers to plan. I asked for a reassessment date in December. Two, the administration has explained that teachers who offer to provide exclusively online instruction this year will not necessarily be able to return to their assignments. This would appear to compromise the more senior teachers who have given decades of service. Three, teachers should be able to work where they feel safe. We must remember that teachers would have to use communal bathrooms at school and that maintenance and custodial staff need to enter our rooms. Lastly, online teaching considerably extends our workday. This is especially true for those of us who teach 160 kids and multiple subjects. More than ever, we must heavily rely on writing pieces in order to understand our students' comprehension level. I anticipate grading about 160 writing pieces a week and providing meaningful responses along with changing what I offer in order to tailor it to online learning. With the inevitably longer work days, we deserve the respect of providing instruction from a location where we feel safe.
Next speaker is Julie Brosnan, teacher. Please consider extended distance learning until after winter break to keep our community safe from contracting COVID-19. This would be life-saving for staff and families as we are surrounded by counties on the watch list. It is only a matter of time before San Mateo County is put there. According to San Chronicle, as of July 22nd, California is at the top of the list of states with the most new cases. Our California death toll curve is surging upward. California new cases are topping 1,000, which is 3 times that of July 11th. And the California death toll is more than 40% higher in July than in June because of reopening too soon. Being with students coming from so many different homes with family who may not follow mask wearing, social distancing rules is simply not safe for staff and students to be exposed to so many unknowns in physical contacts in the hallways, classrooms, and on campus, even with reduced cohort numbers. How can we honestly go back on campus during a worldwide pandemic without a vaccine when we never allow incoming 7th graders to remain at school without their vaccination papers? As essential workers, we can provide quality distance learning education without risking our lives or endangering our family members. The virus is remarkably transmittable. This is frightening. Please keep our precious community members safe and alive at home so that we don't have to attend funerals for our staff, students, and friends via Zoom. Respect and much unnecessary stress and anxiety, Julie Brosnan.
Next speaker card is Rebecca Balestieri, 4th grade teacher. My name is Rebecca. I'm a 4th grade teacher. I'm writing to you this evening because I have come to a point where I need to choose between my job and my family's health. I live with my father, who's particularly at risk for COVID-19, and he has been out of work on disability since March. Because of this, I have asked to teach the virtual program this year, but considering an overwhelming number of teachers have also made this request, I do not really realistically expect a spot. Even if I am assigned to the virtual program, I'm not guaranteed my current position at my school site the following school year.
On the other hand, if I'm not assigned to the virtual program, I need to either agree to hybrid teaching or leave the district. I appreciate that the district decided to begin hybrid model with 3.5 weeks of distance learning. However, I cannot feel that this model will be safe when teachers are required to be on site, even if students are learning at home for their safety. It is also unclear exactly what reassessing as we go entails. I am requesting the following. 1, that the district extends distance learning teaching from 3.5 to 6 weeks at the beginning of the school year. 2, that it allows teachers to work remotely during the distance teaching. And 3, that we do not reopen schools until there are no new COVID cases for at least 14 days. Without these measures in place, I cannot be assured that the district has teacher and student safety at heart with its hybrid model.
Next is Dennis Lee, teacher at FDR. Hello, JESD School Board. I'm particularly concerned about the determination of when it is safe for schools to reopen for students and the time needed for transition from all distance learning to the hybrid model. I don't believe that our county getting off of the governor's watch list is a strict enough criteria for reopening. Shouldn't we have enough time to show no new cases or a 14-day period to be assured it would be safer to return to schools? Also, there needs to be at least 2 weeks for teachers, students, parents to prepare for the transition. Thank you, Dennis Lee.
Okay, next speaker card is from a parent, Kristen Girk. As a parent, I'm concerned with starting the school year distance learning, if that is to be. I understand that it was an unexpected situation in March. However, I do not feel that my child benefited from the teaching due to the lack of teacher involvement and minimal assignments received at that time. How can you assure me and other parents that the fall will be different? Will our children actually be taught? Is there guidelines and requirements in place for the teachers/students with accountability? Question mark.
Next speaker is Amy Trong Vargas, a teacher. Dear school board members, my name is Amy Trong Vargas. I've taught in the district for 11 years in grades ranging from TK to 8. Teaching during COVID-19 has been trying, but no matter the challenges we're faced with, safety has to be our first priority. I would like to address 2 major concerns regarding the district's reopening plans. The first is the proposed date for returning to school in person. In a letter sent to JESD families, it stated that the school year would begin remotely for a minimum of 3.5 weeks. The short timeframe to return to campus is not supported by recent resurgence of COVID-19 cases in California. The majority of colleagues surveyed at FDR schools are nervous about returning in person. San Mateo County may currently have a lower number of cases compared to other Bay Area counties, but we have to remember that Daly City is the northernmost city and neighbors of San Francisco. Many of our families travel frequently between the 2 cities. One of our schools, George Washington Elementary, is literally 2 blocks from San Francisco. We need to take into consideration San Francisco's health statistics and that their school district is proposing a minimum of 8 weeks of distance learning. If we were to line up with JESD, we would extend the distance learning to a minimum of 6 weeks and reassess the situation. The second concern is teachers have to be told to report to school during distance learning and to bring our children to work if we don't have childcare. I have a 4-year-old daughter who has been home with me since March 15th. We are waiting to see if she can return to a preschool this August. It is not appropriate to have her with me on campus. It would cause greater disruption if my child had to remain inside a classroom instead of being in her home. Think about every time she has to use the restroom or when it's her nap time. Teachers would have the option of working from home or on site during this phase. As someone who is very dedicated and invested in the JESD community, I participated in the reopening committee this summer. Despite brainstorming with intelligent and creative district colleagues, we were not able to develop solutions to the myriad of questions that were raised around safety and logistics. Therefore, we need to seriously extend distance learning and let employees have the option of working from home. Thank you for your time and kind consideration, Amy.
Next speaker card, Robert Schmitz. From TRP. I've been a social studies teacher at TRP for the last 10 years. It's been a great pleasure to have the opportunity to teach students in the community which I live and to work with such dedicated colleagues and administrators. As we can attest, we are living in a very difficult, unprecedented time. To the point, I would like to emphasize that the health of our students and staff should take priority over all other considerations. As educators, we all know that has been historical gross inequities that have contributed to the achievement gap, and currently we are in the midst of a pandemic that is exacerbating an already broken system. However, it has never been the sole responsibility of teachers to close this gap, much less solve the circumstances that have contributed to those very inequities. We all empathize with the family issues that have so glaringly come to the forefront, such as childcare, financial hardships, mental health challenges, and technology issues. But these are societal issues that should have always been addressed rather than being disproportionately placed on the shoulders of teachers. To make matters worse, we must also make a choice between our health and our occupation to which we have dedicated ourselves. To reopen schools, the prospect of beginning just a 3.5-week distance learning model seems not sufficient enough time for the county to report that there have been no new COVID-19 cases. This is going to require not only more testing, but also the concerted effort of the citizens to the community to reach those goals. Secondly, if a primary goal is to protect employees from being infected, why would there be a requirement to be housed at a school site for distance learning where the chances of infection increase? As a professional, I can extrapolate only one conclusion. We are not considered as professionals, even as we deserve to be treated as such. Lastly, for those who are requesting accommodations with the opportunity to teach virtual online learning because of the higher risk, how is it not considered punitive to not allow those individuals to return to their previous assignment once the situation has remedied? People are not opting for this choice lightly. They are doing it for the short-term and the long-term health of themselves and their families. There should be absolutely no punitive measures that result from their decisions. With that being said, I know all attending here, from board members, administrative staff, all caring individuals who understand what is just and what will take all the necessary measures to avoid a known risk to illness and death. Once again, health and safety should be our top priority. Thank you very much.
Next is Leland Oceans, teacher at TR Policita. To JESD School Board, I've been a teacher at TRP for 5 years, and during that time, have felt supported by the district and its administration. However, the district's reopening plan, as I understand it, does not seem to prioritize the health and well-being of our staff. The fact that teachers who opt in to teach remotely will be penalized and not able to return to their school sites, the fact that we are only guaranteed 3 weeks of at-home learning to begin with, where other comparable districts in Bay Area are between 6 to 8, the fact that we are expected to still come to our work sites to teach remotely, all these feels like the district's not supporting its essential staff. We have all been making the best of a terrible situation. And I think remote teaching during this spring semester demonstrated that we can still deliver quality education and be safe at home at the same time. Despite this, the district's reopening, and as it stands, amounts to JESD staff being penalized with our health, safety, and financial put at unnecessary risk. Thank you for hearing my concerns with the proper guidelines. I know each and every one of us wants to do the best job possible and do right by the families that we serve.
Next speaker card. Good evening. My name is Denise Haley. I teach English language arts at Ben Franklin. Relationships matter. I respectfully ask the board to allow teachers in high-risk groups to return to home schools after distance learning. I want to share with you compelling thoughts from my 6th grade students during shelter in place. Dear Ms. Haley, these past few weeks have been hard. Thank you for continuing to teach us how to sharpen our writing skills and for staying positive. I hope you know that because you are asking someone if they are okay, you can save their life. You are helping the next generation, and without you, we wouldn't know where to put commas. Another quote, Ms. Haley, I appreciate you being our English teacher. Thank you for wanting everyone in your class to succeed. I miss you so much during quarantine. You're one of my favorite teachers. I'll be sure to talk to you during 7th grade. Even though it might have been tough, I'd rather enjoy the survival of this class. Dear Ms. Haley, I know it's been tough these weeks, but we will make it through. Thank you for being with us from the very start and very end, even though we are at home from the virus. I don't know what I'd do without you guiding us. Thank you, Ms. Haley, for making me who I am today and what you have done to help me improve my skills. Relationships matter. As a Ben Franklin teacher, I respectfully ask the board to let teachers return to their home schools after the year of distance teaching. Thank you.
Next is Sherry Fabry, teacher. Today, I would like to speak on behalf of the parents, teachers, and staff that are concerned about going back to school with a hybrid cohort. With the rates of COVID-19 cases in the Bay Area, I believe we need to ensure the utmost health and safety of the staff, the students, and their intergenerational families by having the board and the district have 100% online learning. Concerns stem for many reasons, but one of which is the classrooms at Fernando Rivera. They are not built to accommodate an airborne virus. The majority of the classrooms on campus are built with brick walls, and the only windows are at the very top of these walls, and most of these windows are sealed shut from the paint. This leaves barely any airflow going through the classrooms. Another concern I have is if the district chooses to have at-risk staff member report to school, they may get the virus and their chance of survival are far less than that of a young and healthy person. Although at-risk members are not the only ones that can contract the virus. There have been many other cases in which healthy young people have contracted the virus and might suffer lifelong health problems, such as respiratory issues. If the district chooses to have me on campus, I will be affected because I will not be able to see my immunocompromised mother. My mother has one lung, and if I did choose to see her and I carry the virus, she would be greatly affected and might not survive the sickness this severe. If the district chooses to offer 100% distance learning, this can prevent further spread of COVID-19, and I would not have to fear risking my mother's health. If Jefferson Union High School District, Oakland, and SF Unified are already starting the school year with distance learning, then why does the board and the district believe the health and safety for students, parents, teachers, and staff are worth jeopardizing?
And Trustee Ku, I don't know if you want to take the next two after this. It looks like it's the same person. But the next speaker card is from Chloe Romley, teacher. TRP has been my home since the start of my career. I would not be the teacher I am today without the TRP community, students, family, and staff. Due to this, I feel protective of my TRP community, especially in these precarious times. All educators I know, myself included, want to be back in the classroom with our students, but we want to do so when it is safe for the entire community to return. This is why I feel strongly that we shouldn't reopen school sites until after winter break. Everything we have learned about COVID has only further proven how truly dangerous it is and how much we still have to learn. We are just starting to learn about the long-term effects of COVID in both mild and severe cases, and we still have so much to learn in this regard, which makes it dangerous for our students, families, communities, and staff's health, and to reopen schools before winter break. If we truly have our students, families, and communities' best interest at heart, we should take every precaution to protect all of our stakeholders, starting with not returning to in-person learning until after winter break.
So Ms. Monty, I'll just combine those next two. Sounds like they're just like separated.
Yeah.
The next speaker is Shanae Randall, parent, PTA. If a parent chooses distance learning for their students, will they be able to change it to on-campus when and if they feel comfortable enough to send their child to school? Also, if they choose not to send their child on campus during the entire school year and choose to distance learning for the duration, will there be a consequence for the action? If so, why? With significant cuts in our school budgets, how will the district be able to accommodate the proper procedures that need to be put in place to protect both the teachers and students from any possible outbreak? 3, if a significant amount of parents opt for the distance learning, what will be the district's plan of action? And what is the district's plan for the SDC classes and students? Will more teachers be hired to accommodate the state's regulations on social distancing in these classrooms?
Next speaker card is from Anna Marie Lobo, parent. I'd like to ask you about the online only distance learning option. If my family decides that we would like to take this route and sign up for it, and say in a few months numbers are down and we feel comfortable with sending our child to school, will their place be held for them to return to school? I was told that there is no guarantee that a student would be placed back at their school site. If there is space and the student is approved, we would put them back at our site. Why wouldn't there be space? The child is enrolled in the school. You can't give their place away just because they aren't sitting in a seat. A, this is punishing the child for not being there for family reasons. B, returning to a different environment that they are not familiar with would be devastating to them. And C, this is not the form of double dipping in a sense to get more funds, is it? I do not want to feel like I'm being bullied into sending my child to do the hybrid model
And that is exactly what it feels like when it is said that there is no guarantee. If you can guarantee their enrollment the first day of school, you can guarantee placement at the site when it is safe. Pacifica School District did the same thing to parents, and it has reversed its position and frozen the wait list. I think this should be done with our district. Please do the right thing by our children. Thank you.
Next speaker is Krista Forsiak, RSP teacher. Thank you for agreeing to start school with distance learning. I'm still deeply concerned about the possibility of our district reopening schools for in-person learning this fall after only 3.5 weeks. With more and more counties and states pulling back on reopening and with a surge of cases and a possible second wave, it is not safe to reopen schools with in-person learning after only 3.5 weeks. The other districts in our area are going to be distance learning from 6 to 8 weeks. We, JSD, should wait at least 6 to 8 weeks and evaluate at that time. If the cases have not tapered off to at least 14 days with no new cases, we should not reopen. We, as teachers, understand that in-person learning is best academically. Isn't the health of students and staff most important? While we are distance learning certified, staff should have the option of showing up in person or working from home. If a certified staff member does not choose to work at home, he or she should not be penalized for making the choice that is best for himself, herself, and their families. We taught remotely from our homes for the last part of the year, and this was not an issue and should not be now. If a certified staff member is assigned to virtual online learning for the school year, he or she should have the option of returning to his or her school site and not reassigned to another site. Teachers should have the ability to direct their own grade level department meetings and not have them directed by administration. The teachers are the ones working directly with the students and know what needs and should be discussed at their meetings. If we choose to have teacher-directed meetings, having our pay cut by any amount would penalize us. This is unjust as we are working during this time. Thank you, Krista Forsiak, RSP teacher, Susan B. Anthony, and Garden Village.
Next speaker card, dear JESD School Board, my name is Sini Shihan, and I am a targeted instruction group teacher at Susan B. Anthony. I'm writing to express concerns regarding the safe opening of our 2020-2021 school year. All of us know in-school learning is best, but we need to be extremely careful to respect the local health data is widely being used in decisions regarding students and teachers returning safely to school. Although San Mateo is not on the watch list at the moment, SF, where many of our teachers and families live or travel to, is on the watch list. I have hope that the district will carefully reevaluate and extend the very short 3.5-week distance learning model now in place for the start of our year. During the distance learning, teachers should absolutely have the choice in where we teach our students. During this global pandemic, it is not safe to be on our school sites with all teachers, staff, and administrators. Practical matters such as using copiers, restrooms, etc. It is unsafe with so many people. Some teachers have compromised health themselves, have family members who have compromised health, or have an elderly parent. Just as we did in the last months of the school year, we will work tirelessly, teaching our students from home or from school, wherever we know we will be best for our health, our colleagues' health, and for the health of our own families. We will need access to school, but can spread out our visits to campus to ensure safety and slow the spread, just as we did in the spring. Teachers should not be threatened with losing their jobs at the current site if they need to teach from home to be safe from the virus of this pandemic. Thank you for your consideration. Sini Shihan.
Next speaker is Mark Allen Pond, second grade teacher at JFK. Board members, 2 concerns. On the parent letter regarding opening of schools, parents that decide to choose online distance learning must pick from these 3 reasons. A student is medically fragile, student lives with a family member with underlying conditions, and students regularly interact with individuals who are high risk. A 4th reason should be offered to parents. Students does not feel safe attending in person. There are too many unknown reasons There are too many unknowns with COVID-19. Medical experts do not know all the risk and long-term effects of the virus on children. Parents should not feel pressure into choosing the in-person hybrid model if the first 3 reasons do not apply. The district's response that the parent's letter has already been printed out and cannot be adjusted to include a fourth reason is a poor excuse. The survey should be rectified to ensure parents have all the reasons before making their decision. 2, the district is stating that teachers who opt for the year-long commitment to teaching the virtual online learning program for the 2020-2021 school year will not automatically return to their current school assignment the following year. These are teachers who have requested accommodations due to personal concerns regarding in-person instruction. It's completely unjust that after teaching 21 years at JFK, the district would not let me return to my current assignment. This COVID-19 pandemic is a special circumstance, and I would not be requesting these accommodations otherwise. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker card is from Tabitha Pond, first grade teacher at Susan B. Board members, 2 concerns. 1, the district is starting distance learning in the fall. Teachers, including virtual school, will need to report to and work on site. They have given permission to bring personal kids to work. This makes no sense at all. How is this being safe? Why would I bring my kids to work when I'm already keeping them home, keeping them from their own school? What about the teacher who is medically disabled? The district is putting the lives of their employees at risk. Give teachers the choice to work on site or from the safety of their homes. I took the SMCOE, that's County of Education, distance learning PD in the summer. I'm equipped to do my job just as effectively at home as I would being in the classroom. 2, the district wants to change the contract to say the agenda will be decided by site administrators and site leadership teams instead of by grade level or department teams. If teachers don't comply, there will be a 1.5% pay cut in salary for all. Teachers need autonomy during teacher collaboration. Being leadership rep the past 10 years, the most productive meeting started in 2015 when teacher collaboration turned teacher directed. We have had time to look at our grade level data, time to plan and meet the needs of our students, time to identify, discuss the students we felt needed to start the MTSS process. This continued last spring during distance learning. Teachers should be the ones to create their agendas for collaboration time and should not have to take a pay cut for doing their job.
Next is Tara Moxony, teacher. Good evening, board members. My name is Tara Moxony, and I'm a teacher at Benjamin Franklin. I will relish the day when I return to the classroom. However, I, like so many of my colleagues, do not feel safe returning under the current conditions in the district proposal for reopening. Does not alleviate my fears. Starting with a hybrid model is risky. The CDC and the medical professionals agree that the longer the interaction in an enclosed setting without proper ventilation, the higher risk of infection. Having 15 students for 5 hours in a classroom where I may not be able to keep windows and doors open for proper airflow certainly fits this criteria. We must be meticulous in our planning. How are we going to handle high touch areas such as classroom sinks and soap dispensers and students who don't comply with the face mask rules? Therefore, the safest option for the community at this time would be to start the year online until there's evidence that all staff members can return safely, meaning 14 consecutive days have gone by with 0 infections in San Diego County. I do not know how long this will take. I do know that 3.5 weeks is not enough time given this pandemic, with cases soaring, is far from being under control. I respectfully ask that board members to consider going online until after the winter break before reassessing the situation. We do not want to be the outlier. One student, one staff member, one community member who becomes affected is one too many. Thank you.
Next speaker card is from John Young, parent. Hybrid model, how will teachers be accountable for the level of learning? Will there be a metric since student testing was not conducted in spring 2020? If a teacher is falling behind, what type of support will be provided, especially if a family notices sighing 3 months? Must be a typo.
Oh, is that it?
Yes, sorry.
Okay, no worries. Next is Susan Broboy, teacher, coach, co-coordinator of after-school sports. Hello, and thank you for the opportunity for us to address the issue of reopening school sites. My name is Susan Roboy, and I have been a proud member of the TRP staff for 27 years. I teach restorative justice and 7th grade physical education. I strongly encourage all board members and district office administration to please respect teacher staff input in all decision-making regarding us returning to school sites upon reopening. It seems that the decision to only wait 3.5 weeks to reevaluate will not be nearly enough. We all want the best for members of our district, from students and families to all staff and administration. Opening prematurely and with little regard to certificated and classified staff input seems reckless and unnecessary. Please look at the science first when decisions are being made. As the terrible pandemic continues, it appears to not be heading the direction we all wish. Considering our student population, many of our families have higher instances of contracting the disease due to their ethnicity and employment options. Having people come to school sooner than it is 100% safe puts both students and staff at risk. And even though the first phase of reopening will most likely be the bubble model, it seems highly unlikely that students will be able to move around the campus safely at all times. The years of experience of the JESD staff are a valuable resource and must be taken into consideration as we move forward. Thank you.
Next speaker card is from Tammy Young, a parent. Is there a concern for any shortages for soap, hand sanitizer, or face masks for persons on campus, staff, teachers, and students? What is the current status for the supply for schools? Will they receive supply directly from the district? That's all.
Next is Kevin Z, parent. I hope district will provide school staff and teachers with plexiglass and other PPE supplies to keep staff and students safe. This should be in the budget, and supplies should be in place already and distributed at schools ASAP, since all schools nationally will be trying to get these. I would like to see the district being more proactive, especially during these times. And that's it.
Next one is,
I think it's Kristen.
that is a duplicate, so I'm going to skip it.
Okay.
The next one is Jeong Hyuk, parent. If there is no substantial budget for much needed PPE, how can schools even contemplate opening for in-person classes? How can you guarantee the safety of both teachers, staff, and students? That's all.
Next is David Morris, teacher of might be 6th and 7th grade social studies. I echo the cry of so many others. I would love to start school this year as we always do, but that is not the reality. Our health crisis is worsening day by day, and wishing it away won't help. I understand the concerns of parents and who do not want to go back to normal. I was a stay-at-home dad and raised my 2 sons. I always told my boys safety first, and tell my students the same. We need to play it safe and be consistent. Distance learning for the balance of 2020, and do not confuse families with too many options until the end is in sight.
Next one is Tammy Young, parent. When do families vote on their child's wish to be hybrid or 100% distance learning? Is that an option, and what is the structure? Is it a private institution? That's it.
Okay. Next is Sandy Linebarger, school nurse. My name is Sandy Linebarger. I am one of 3 school nurses in the district. I'd like to acknowledge how difficult and challenging these months are in an unprecedented time in history. Life has been impacted in so many ways, from our children to our seniors. My personal wish is that everyone stays safe and healthy. As a school nurse, my duties are the same: keeping the district safe and healthy through health promotion and disease prevention. To that point, I'd like to comment on some of the issues being discussed regarding restarting our school year next month. I believe teachers should be able to work from home, not having it mandatory that they report to their classroom every day for remote learning. To support this, research has been shown that some individuals who contract the virus causing COVID-19 disease have no symptoms or mild symptoms, which means that they may not be aware that they carry the virus and transmit it to others. Some points that Scott Morrow, San Mateo County Public Health Officer, made in a letter dated July 14th, 2020 are, because people without symptoms can transmit the infections and it has become evident that this infection is easily spread, interpersonal interactions can result in preventable transmissions of the virus. Scientific evidence further shows that at this stage of the emergency, it remains essential to continue to slow virus transmission as much as possible. I also think that if a teacher is going to work remotely from home, they should not lose their place at their school site when they are able to come back to physically teach at their school site. It seems like a necessary stress for a teacher not to have this as an option to be able to return to their school. As mentioned in the letter to parents, regarding our return to school, it was stated that a minimum of 3.5 weeks time would pass before recess and going back to school. I think it would be best practice, better mental health, less stress, if we were aligned with the Jefferson Union High School District, which will recess after 6 weeks. It will be easier for parents and staff if they had specific timeframes, so definite plans could be made moving forward, knowing it is definitely 6 weeks and not a minimum of 3.5 weeks. Sorry, that's not it. Thank you for your time. And with that, that was the last comment that I have submitted. Mr. President.
Monio, do you have any more?
That was it.
Okay. So first of all, I want to thank all the people that submitted their comments. The great majority of them I read earlier the last 4 or 5 days through email. I'm sure a few of you or all of you may have read all of those as well. And then thanks to Trustee Koo and Manuel for reading all of those. So I'll go ahead and open it up to board members for any questions you have for the administration or any questions, and then we can deliberate and make a decision. Okay, Mr. Koo.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I guess maybe I just had, so having read all those comments, I guess I had some clarifying questions for Ms. Vidalis and Dr. Joy and Mr. Valenti. I know they made a comment regarding that if they decide to do distance learning for this coming year, they wouldn't be able to return back. They may not be able to return back to their school site next year. Would you be able to clarify that, or like what that was referring to?
Yeah. Well, we're currently
before you answer, Mr. Valenti, any questions about assignment or work location? Those are all negotiable items, and that would be discussed in our closed session.
Yeah, my response was going to be that we're in the middle of
we're in the middle of negotiations. So
thank you.
Hold that to the closed session. Thank you, Mr. Koo.
So, but that would be for the parents as well. If they chose 100% virtual and then switched mid-year, they may not also be. So that's not a closed session item, right?
No. So I can answer that one. That's it's a matter of space availability.
But one of the comments,
teachers and if you can imagine a scenario where teachers or students left a school and taught in distance learning school in the virtual school, there may not be space there, or if there was space, they may be filled by new students enrolling in the district. And so the question, the position is priority will be given for returning, but it can't be promised or assured, because those spaces may have been taken either by another teacher who's now teaching at that school, or other students who took up some spots, new students who enrolled and there was space at their neighborhood school. Since we're in a period of declining enrollment, it's very unlikely, but though we felt it was important that we communicated that it can be guaranteed.
it could be likely with families jumping out of private schools because they don't feel the need to pay for online distance learning and would rather just save the money and be in a public school to do so. So I just feel like if a student has been enrolled, like let's say a fifth grader for the last 6 years in their elementary school, that they should be able to hold their spot, as one of the comments that I read was.
Yeah, and I think feelings wise, I feel the same way. I think a student can't hold two spots, can't hold a spot in a physical school and a spot in a virtual school. Because that means that student gets assigned, to two teachers, which would not be financially feasible. And so that student needs to be assigned to a teacher at the virtual school or at their physical school. We're not hiring new teachers to teach in the virtual school. We're assigning our current teachers to teach there.
Also, just on this matter, if some of these questions might not be able to be answered until we know how many parents have chosen 100% virtual, correct?
Correct. Yeah, and I think the question here is that we can guarantee. Can we give somebody preference to return to their home school? Of course. We're going to give somebody a preference to return. But that space might have been taken. Or a significant number of students, as we've seen in the last few years, have left our district, and that there will be fewer spots at a particular school, just because there are fewer students in our district.
Okay. Ms. Manio, did you have any other questions?
I think it was.
Oh, still on Mr. Koo?
No, it does. It again, it is, it's a case by case basis. It is also a preference situation. We will for sure bring back any student who attended that physical school before we took somebody new coming into the school for that next school year. We would take students first that were there. But somebody leaves a spot there and there's a teacher teaching a class with 15 students and there's space for 24. And we have lots of new enrollees in the district from private schools or wherever. We would need to utilize the spots that exist in the physical classroom before opening up a new classroom.
Any other questions, Mr. Koo?
I did have another question. I don't know how easy of a question it is, but I know earlier I asked about like sort of the district's rationale for like 3.5 versus 6 weeks versus 8 weeks. And I know so there's some comments that are mentioned about potentially having it just the first, like the fall semester being remotely. I was wondering if that was something that was discussed by the school reopening committee or like by the administration as like an alternative. Since we just don't know when COVID-19 will sort of slow down.
I can speak to that a little bit.
Mr. Valenti, you were on those committees, so you can discuss that.
Well, for the most of the committees, we really were working on the hybrid model while the numbers for initially were sort of flat. We're talking about the return to school. We were clear that we couldn't just put an arbitrary number out there, but we needed to have incremental time periods that were sort of where we'd communicate to the community as to what the status is. We feel it's more important to do things on a regular basis instead of waiting maybe 9, 12 weeks, because things can change. And if things don't change, that information is put out there. We continue with the at-home learning component of the hybrid model. So certainly, as has been reiterated, the 3-week or 3.5-week number is more of at the minimum as we move forward. And certainly once we get the information that we can return to school, there's going to be a transitionary period as Dr. Joyner described in the STEP model. What that period is, whether it be 2, 4 weeks, 3 weeks, but it's a constant monitoring and it's not a hard number. So I guess that was sort of the dialogue, that it couldn't just be arbitrary.
And in regards to that, can we make it crystal clear to the public that the 3.5 weeks that's on the table right now, or whatever we end up with as a minimum, after that time, we're not ignoring data. We're still looking at data, and this number that's coming up about 14 days with no new cases, we are following that, correct?
Absolutely. Mr. Vidalis, would you like to speak?
Yeah, I think the 14 days with no new cases is a very high standard. I'm not sure we will ever reach that until everybody is vaccinated in 3 to 5 years. 14 days of reduced infections or 14 days of a downward trend, or maybe even longer, is probably more possible, unless we want to stay in distance learning for years on end.
Okay, and is that a countywide, I guess, sentiment, or?
About the 14 days of no new cases?
Yeah.
I don't think there's any district that has that as a measure.
Okay.
There is the the state's measure of when a county gets off a watch list. That means 14 days being off the watch list, which is, it's hard to pin it to one particular metric, as there are more than 10 measures that go into being on a watch list. But it includes new cases, it includes folks in hospitals, it includes ICU beds being occupied, percentage of. So all of those different measures are taken into account by the state. Certainly we would need to be off the watch list to even consider even thinking about coming back in person, because we're not allowed to unless we're off the watch list.
Right, okay. Who was asking questions right now?
I was, but I'll pass it to somebody else to ask questions.
I have a question. Thank you, Trustee Koo. If this might be getting a little bit farther ahead, but I did have several parents ask me if we were going to adopt a protocol for when either staff, for when we do go and return to hybrid, if staff or a student is infected, do we have a protocol for that?
Of course we do, and that is described, it may not have been in the first round of the pandemic recovery framework. It is certainly included in the latest update, and it is based on California Department of Public Health guidance that was issued by Governor Newsom end of last week. So yes, there is a protocol. It's going to be fairly standard across the state of what to do and who gets quarantined and for how many days, and those questions have been established, and we would follow those.
And that's found online for the parents watching?
Yes, if you would go to the San Mateo County Office of Education website, smcoe.org, you'll find the pandemic recovery framework in there. I will reference that in communication about whatever decision the board makes, so that families have that at hand.
All right, great. Any more from Ms. Monio? No? Any other board members? Yes. I know I.
Thank you. I really appreciate. I wrote down all of the names. I know was familiar with a lot of the names because, as you mentioned, President Ali, we did see a lot of these emails that came in, and I appreciate everyone's passion and drive to ensure that your voices are heard. And we're here to validate that you are being heard. While we can't comment on everything, I know that I too have been receiving questions as my fellow colleagues on the board. I just wanted to get clarification, because we did hear some of the questions around assignment and then the 1.5%. And those are things that we will be referencing in closed session, so that I don't want to bring those up here. I just want to make sure that that is why I am not gonna speak on that, because that's something, just for clarification for whoever's asking or watching, that those are items that we will be discussing as a board, but it will be in closed session.
Correct.
So those are not ignored. So thank you. So I wanted to ask a few things. I appreciate Superintendent Vidal sharing that the framework will be shared out to the families. I know that a good thing to do is to continue to over communicate. A lot of families were inundated with so much information, but getting some clarity of what the expectation is really important. For me, my Head Start hat, we're contact tracing, we're doing the exposure notices, the exclusion notices, and I will share the feedback, which are shared families. These are younger, in our other sites are younger siblings of our JESD families, that the feedback we've been getting is that they're not clear on a lot of the information. So I'm hoping that we can keep it in real simple terms, because I've seen the framework, it's overwhelming. And I'm wondering if we could really simplify that for our families to really bite into. So that's my request, because the framework is a lot of information. And I wanted to ask what the status was, or an update with regards to some of the comments that were heard tonight with regards to the PPE, what our supply and resource and inventory looks like. I think that when people speak to hybrid model and coming back on board, I know that we have an update, a budget update coming up soon, shortly, but I'm just wondering if we could just make a comment to that, what that looks like. So since it came up a lot tonight from a few of the parents that we did hear from, I don't know, Superintendent Vidalis, is that something that we can hear about?
I'm having some internet difficulties, I believe, and I didn't quite hear all of your questions. So if you could repeat it short.
Yeah, so a few of the, I think we had about 10 parents that sent in emails, and they had specifically asked what our PP inventory and or supply, were we equipped for that? And I'm just wondering what our status is as a district.
Okay, great, thank you. That's what I thought it was, but I wasn't sure. Yes, contrary to other districts which have been referenced tonight, we do have enough PPE and enough cleaning supplies and enough hand sanitizers. We've been ordering since last March. We have a separate funding stream for these supplies through the federal government, from the federal government to our state, to the districts, dedicated to these kinds of purchases, for technology purchases, for lots of very emergency related purchases. So we do have enough, or we certainly expect to have enough by the end of, by the middle of, by what would have been the beginning of school. Particularly with masks and sanitizing, hand sanitizers, as well as soap, we have enough.
Thank you. I have two more really quick. 3 parents had asked about accountability. I'm wondering what the structure will be as far as what parents are asking. How will they know that there will be measures in place to reassure them that things are, there's an equity piece in how their students are learning. So I did hear how are teachers being held accountable, and or what support is in place for teachers, because this is very new to everyone. Is there something that we have in place right now or that we're looking towards?
Dr. Joyner and Mr. Valenti, you guys could begin answering that.
Sure. Dr. Joyner, do you want to start with the professional development component of it, the supports?
So the San Mateo County Office of Education held and is holding trainings this summer on how to teach online and supports. And we've sent a lot of teachers to that training. I'm actually in the current cohort 3, taking the training. We've also sent a large group of teachers to JESD, which is a technology training, and they are also providing training for how to teach online. I'm also in that current training as well. We will be providing professional development at the beginning of the school year for our teachers. to focus in on, again, teaching online, strategies to teach online, and supports with the current core curriculum, the online pieces. And I'm having a conversation with the county office to see if we can provide some of the training that we're currently taking right now to our staff, given that not every teacher in our district was provided this training. So I'll be meeting with them on Friday. All their trainings were recorded. So I'm trying to see if we can get some of those recordings so that we can share with our staff.
Thank you. And as well, there's been other, other trainings been available through Zoom, which is the popular platform a lot of folks have been using just to better acquaint themselves to some of the nuanced components of the program. As far as the accountability measures, like we mentioned earlier, the grading is something we'll still be working out, but we do see it being fairly standardized across the district now that this is going to be certainly a long-term rollout. But the governor, as well as the budget, makes it clear of the accountability as it relates to attendance. And so part of both input sessions with middle and elementary school, a big part of it was to look at what a daily schedule would be now that we also have been told we have some flexibility with instructional minutes. They've been reduced for the year to a different minimum. So we worked through several different schedules, and these schedules they follow along not only the contract, although we're not going to talk about stuff like that, but about the daily schedule. School teachers there at 8:15, 15 minutes before the bell. Bell, quote unquote, starts at 8:30, instructional times. And it's very standardized across the district in terms of times. Elementary schools beginning the same time, middle schools beginning the same time. And the transition from the at-home learning schedule to the in-person learning schedule should be easier. There's going to be nuances between different sites, who teaches math first, who teaches language first, but the instructional time is going to be consistent. In the middle schools, it's a little different. You not only have the returning to school, but then that flushing out multiple periods through the day. So that was a big concern, looking in terms of when they return to school. We looked at a homeroom model where it would be a place where the teacher would be connected to their homeroom students and would be in the beginning fleshing out the social emotional learning, the connection back to the school, the new processes in place, and doing that for a little bit as we gently move into seeing, maybe you're just seeing one teacher or two teachers on one day of the week. So there's differences along, but in terms of times and instructional periods, expectations for what's called synchronous instruction or live video instruction versus asynchronous instruction, which can be recordings of yourself or lessons. It's been pretty well flushed out and there's agreement. We still have some work to do on getting that information out. Certainly, we just finished up our committee meetings last week, and certainly we needed our guidance from the board before moving forward. But the continuity and what a family member that has kids at multiple schools can depend on, I think is going to be very clear. And I feel, unless Dr. Joyner has anything else to add, that was a great collaboration piece with our colleagues.
Thank you. Thank you. Last quick question. Since we're talking about three and a half weeks is what we're hearing the recommendation is, and the feedback that we've been receiving from teachers is to extend that. Is the district ready to consider extending 3.5 weeks? If that's something that gets discussed tonight and decided, would the district be ready to say we can move to 6 weeks, or we can move to 5? Is that something that's doable within the time frame?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll defer to my evaluator.
Mr. Vidal. Oh, you're on mute.
No, that's it.
You just missed some wonderful pearls of wisdom that I shared with them. So that is a minimum of a time of distance learning when we would start to look at the data more carefully. Of course, I look at it, like as I mentioned, every day or two and keep track of it and get a sense of the trend. Is what I'm hearing is important. Don't be alarmed by the daily data, but look at the trend over 5 to 10, 20 days. The other thing I wanted to add about that is, I did hear quite a bit about aligning with our high school district, and they do start a week before us, and they are going to have 6 weeks of distance learning. So for us, that would be 5 weeks. If we wanted to align, that would be an alignment period. If you want to do the same thing, then that's a 6 week. So.
Sure. And if I can say, just as a follow-up, I think we're ready should the indication be we need to continue on for an additional 3. And we know that the remote component of this is integral even when the full hybrid model's in place. So we want to take our time and get it done right.
Great question.
Thank you.
If there's no more questions from Trustee Anoa'i, Ms. Brizuela, would you like to ask a question?
No. I think we've gotten a lot of information. I want to thank everybody for filling in all the spots, letting us know what they're doing.
Thank you. So I do have a few questions similar to Ms. Anoa'i. So as far as the weeks, 3.5 weeks, 6 weeks, so you both have already said that it's possible to extend that to 6 weeks. Could you tell us why you wouldn't consider extending it through the winter? Because that came up a few times as well. And if that ever came up in the steering committee meeting.
Well, I would say why I wouldn't recommend making a decision right now to decide through the winter. We also heard that we're basing our decisions on data and science. And I don't think the district, if we want to be in complete remote learning mode, when the rest of the county starts to open up and people need to start getting back to work and everything's moving and we're still doing remote learning in December, that's not a good look. I think we need to move in concert with the rest of the county. And I think if we keep that, we stay flexible, which is what the board communicated to me earlier, that you wanted our district to stay nimble and flexible to move with data and information. Then I think keeping it on the shorter end might allow us to do that better. Because once we tell families not until X amount of day, they will hold us to that day. And if we shift, it's not good versus doing things a couple of weeks, 3 to 4 weeks at a time, telling people we'll let you know 2 weeks before if it's going to change. That would be my only consideration for not. Do I think that it's possible that we will be in remote learning until December? I think it's possible. I just can't make that decision right now. I wouldn't recommend the board make that decision today. But
okay,
harm's way. And we do want the safety of staff and students. That is one of our guiding principles, to be at top of mind. And so that would be something we would look at. Would it be easier for me if you guys said we're not going to do anything until December? That would be way easier. I'd probably sleep better every night knowing that I wouldn't have to look at data and make decisions about when to come back and make considerations. But would that be the best thing for our students? I'm not sure it would be the best.
Just to your I'm sorry. I was going to respond. In the input sessions, as you could imagine, like tonight, there was a wide range of opinions as to when. I think it was more of there was a lot of gut feelings that we won't return till then, but nobody was sure.
All right, and then the question of teacher choice during distance learning, is that something we can talk about right now? That doesn't have to wait till closed session, right?
Teacher choice about where to work, that would be a working conditions, and that would be negotiations.
Okay, so the question about if they're teaching at home or at school, this learning time?
Yeah, that would be a working conditions discussion.
Okay. All right, so as I know I mentioned earlier, I want the teachers to know that we will be discussing that in closed session. Let's see, I might be almost, I'm done almost. Let me see. Teacher choice. Yeah, that actually takes up all of my questions. So is there any deliberation before we make a decision? Or does someone want to make a motion? So before anyone, makes a motion, I would like to put out there that based on conversations that I've had with Mr. Vidales and then the meeting tonight and all the letters, emails, and comments from the teachers, I would suggest that we extend the minimum time of distance learning to 6 weeks. With the understanding that that doesn't mean that when 6 weeks is up, we're back in person. It just means that we're taking another closer look at the data and to guide our decisions moving forward.
Yeah, I think I also agree with sort of that perspective. I think 6 weeks, I think, gives some people a little more ease. And I think just sort of closer aligning with other school districts in our areas sort of, I think, makes more sense in my opinion. I did actually have a question while President Ali was saying that comment. It was actually for Dr. Joyner. I know during the presentation showed a graph of the different steps to get back to like sort of that hybrid 2-day model. Are there like, I guess, do you have like set criteria or set like metrics that have to be achieved at each exact point? Or is it more of sort of kind of fleshing, creating that out as conditions change over time?
It would be based on the conditions.
Okay. So it wouldn't be like to hit step 1, you need to hit these 3 metrics kind of thing. It would just be sort of kind of like understanding the lay of the land and like all those different kind of variable factors in play. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
We have to look at this sort of like a river rafting trip. We can't decide what we're going to do until we start coming up upon the rapid and then decide how to respond to it. We know there will be rapids ahead and we sort of have general tools, but we don't know that it's going to happen in 1 minute or 2 minutes. We know it's coming.
So as we make our decision, I just want to just also say that I know we're thinking safety first, and I would like to validate the well-founded fear. I hear the fear in people's comments, and it's the fear of the unknown. So we don't have any control over that. We're all in the same boat together as community members, as board members, and then myself as a full-time teacher in another district. So I definitely can empathize with all the teachers. However, we're on this board to make these decisions and to have the oversight and give guidance and direction to our superintendent to execute, what we think is best.
I'll just add my feeling, as I heard from many of the teachers and stuff, is that they're worried about going back too early and not, that we're not over the virus. It's still out there. And we want to make sure that our employees, as well as our, especially teachers that are right there on the front line, that it's going to be safe for them as well. So I think what we decide now is let's do what is going to be safe for everybody. even if we have to prolong something a little bit longer, to make sure that we don't come back and say, oh gosh, we lost a teacher because it wasn't safe. So let's keep that in mind as well, because we don't want to see anybody getting ill. So
Yeah. So who would like to be brave enough to make a motion?
I'll make the motion to extend it to 6 weeks, which looks like it runs right through September 30th, if I'm correct, from the first day of school. I'd like to make the motion that we extend the 3.5 weeks to 6 weeks for distance learning and reassess at that time.
So your motion should also include the recommending the hybrid virtual model, and that hybrid model begins in 6 weeks of distance learning.
With 6 weeks?
Yeah, we need Dr. Joyner, that maybe you want to flash that slide there of what we need in a motion. We need direction from the board in terms of the offerings that we will offer. So hybrid and virtual is our recommendation. And then as part of the hybrid, the period of distance learning that we would have. And the slide here will show.
do you want two motions out of this if it's getting too confusing?
You can do 2 or motions if you like. I would start with the offering hybrid and virtual learning. And the next one, the period of distance learning.
Yeah.
You can do 2, or I can say a motion for board approval for the offering of hybrid and virtual learning models with the change of beginning in 100% distance learning and changing 3.5 to 6 weeks, and basing that on health data analysis, begin to consider the gradual introduction of students to school setting. Is that sufficient?
That's
sufficient.
Yeah.
Hope they all understand
I heard a second.
I'll second.
Okay, I heard a second already from Mr. Koo. So
Okay, sorry. You. I can't hear that.
Can I just ask a clarifying question, just so I'm super clear what's being voted on? So we're introducing hybrid/distance learning models, and also stating that we won't reconsider opening for another 6 weeks after the start date, right? We're not opening, we're just considering opening. Got it. Thanks.
Looking at the data and considering if we're opening, staying put is actually
Yeah, I mean, we would probably start looking at the data around week 4.5, 5.5, just because if it's looking really good and everything else is opening up around us, which I doubt, but it's possible. We want to be able to support in a safe way and start doing the gradual introduction of students. Maybe just on Wednesdays, our kids with highest needs can come in person and get used to being at school again. It's like starting. It's probably less true with our newer cars, but back in the day when we had big giant cars with big engines, and you hadn't turned it on for like 4 months. That first time that you turn it on, you have to let it sit, let it warm up, let the grease get into all the gears. And so that's what returning to school is like at this point. And not only that, but we have to learn new ways of being at school. We can't just go back to the way it was March 12th. We're going to be in school in a different way. So we have to spend time learning that. All right, so we have a first and a second, Mr. Ali.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you read the motion back? Read the motion back again.
The motion is to start the year with, actually to offer hybrid learning, 100% virtual for the parents that choose, and then to ensure that the first 6 weeks of school at a minimum will be distance learning. And then we will look at the data. We will be always looking at the data, but at that time we'll look at the data and make further decisions if we might open up or stay put.
Oh, okay. So that's
So
not
all
giving
those-
anybody the time of when they're going to be coming back, right? Because we're not sure.
Yeah, well, I would commit to communicating to families, and with at least 2 weeks of notice, at least the first step up. And again, we take a few steps forward and we may have to take a.
You're breaking up.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. Okay, so the motion is going to be really talking about the program rather than when the children are coming back. I mean, I thought that most of the comments being made tonight from the teachers was that they want to not to come back right away. So we're not saying anything about when anybody's coming back. So do we want to?
Because they're not going to come back for at least 6 weeks.
Okay, so
Hopefully.
yeah. So somehow do we want to?
We're going to discuss that other part in closed session.
Okay, all right. That's okay. Then I guess we don't need a motion on this right now then, or what?
No, we've got a motion already. We just need a vote right now.
Right.
All right, repeat
So-
the motion so I can.
Okay. One more time.
One more time.
So the motion on the table is that we're offering hybrid model of
Yeah.
delivery of, and 100% virtual for those parents who choose.
Okay.
And that all the schools will start off in distance learning for a minimum of 6 weeks. And at that time, we would take a deeper dive into the data to make any decisions about whether we're staying put or we might gradually reopen.
So none of this that we're voting on is telling anybody when they're going to be able to come back to school, or the teachers when they're going to come back to work.
They will be at home or in the classroom from the first day of school, but they'll be teaching remotely.
Okay.
The students will not be in the schools.
Okay. So can we make that motion sound like what you said? I like what you said. I think that was more exact.
I think it was said, and I just summarized the last person who made the motion. So that was my summary of what they said. I think it was Ms. Anoa'i.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so it's going to be, we're recommending that it's the hybrid model and 100% virtual learning. And that there will be 100% distance learning for the first 6 weeks.
Okay.
And so what that means, at least my understanding is 6 weeks, is that they will be learning. Everyone will be at home or wherever it is they will be learning and or teaching from. And the understanding is that sometime within that 6 weeks, and the superintendent is recommending possibly around week 4, 2 weeks prior to the ending of 6 weeks, there will be some form of communication via meeting or some sort of communication to the JESD community of where we stand at that time based on health data. But we can't put a date on it right now because, again, we need to reassess at that time because this is so fluid. So we can't put a date on it, but we actually are looking at a date.
Yeah.
6 weeks. 6 weeks out from the first day of school is September 30th, if we want to be accurate. But that we're looking at 6 weeks. So we have heard the community tonight who specifically said they were concerned about the 3.5 weeks, and we heard six weeks resonate. That was a number that was given. So it's something that is on the table. We've got a motion and we've got a second.
Okay, let's vote for it.
And actually, I was just going to ask, a quick clarification. And also anything related to like teachers' work hours and such in regards to COVID, that's going to be a closed session item because that deals
Correct. That's negotiations.
Right. Okay. So we're all ready to vote?
Okay, so all those in favor, aye, and thumbs up.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that's unanimous.
Yeah, right.
Good job.
Long night.
Yeah, and it's not over.
Oh,
Let me find my place. So I think we may have skipped item 9C, which was taken off of consent.
nine what?
In our organization
I
earlier,
think
put,
we approved that. Remember, we did that group approval of all the resolutions. That was already approved.
okay, but I think there was one resolution that we wanted to discuss. So I wasn't sure if when we.
Oh,
That was 10B.
Was that 12C? Because I think Ms. Anawai said we might have missed
It wa-
one.
It was the one that was a comment, 10B?
yeah, 10B was taken off consent for a comment.
Oh yeah, 10B.
Okay. Right.
So that is now.
Oh, yeah.
Item 10B.
The surplus equipment?
Surplus equipment, district office, technology department. The administration recommends the board declare the computer equipment from the district office technology department having a total value of less than $2,500 as surplus and authorize disposal of the said equipment.
Okay.
Ms. Manio, do you have those that comment?
So I do. It is from parent Dong Tran. And he says, hi, I reviewed some of this. Agenda item 10B looks strange to me. I checked the manifest and it is for quantity 531 Dell 3180 Chromebooks on a surplus equipment form. Perhaps this is just some kind of documentation error. Why are these being disposed of? There's no explanation on the form. If they are being disposed of because they are obsolete, this doesn't make sense to me because they're not listed as obsolete until June 2022 per Google's documentation.
Oh.
Okay, I see Ms. Kessler. Are you here to address that?
I certainly can.
All right.
So these Chromebooks are the home to school Chromebooks that start out with the sixth graders and go home with the eighth graders. Our vendors give us zero value for turning them in. And we have warranties on them for repairs and replacement for 3 years. They don't do it for more than 3 years. So the 3 years are up, and these are in order for them to be able to go home with the students after the end of the 3 years, they have a very heavy wear and tear on them because they're back and forth to school for a 3-year period. And so these are those Chromebooks.
So in order to send them home with the eighth graders, we have to declare them surplus?
We do.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
So maybe the term surplus should be used as opposed to obsolete.
Okay, so the parent had a very, they had a good point then. Okay. So does anyone want to make a motion?
I can make a motion. Just want to check, Ms. Kessler, do I need to amend the motion other than what's basically on the
No, I don't think so, because we can call them surplus, but we can also, in a sense, they could be called obsolete as well because they are no longer under the warranty, and as they break and such, we would have to take them back, and either our staff would have to fix each one of them, or we'd have to pay for each one of them to be fixed, which is much greater than the value of not being able to trade them in for anything.
Mm-hmm.
So
I think the item asks that they be declared surplus. So
in the reason portion, it says obsolete / surplus, I think.
Oh, in the backup. Okay, I'm just looking at the item itself.
But the item itself says surplus.
Okay, no worries then. Then I'll make the motion that we declare the computer equipment from the district office technology department having a total value of less than $2,500 as surplus and authorize disposal of the said equipment as stated in the supporting documents.
Second the motion.
All those in favor, aye, and thumbs up so we can see.
Aye.
Okay, unanimous. Thank you very much. So, those are approved. So the next item is item 10O, 2020 to 21 revised budget update. Ms. Julie Kessler, Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, will present an update of the 2020 to 21 JESD revised budget.
Dr. Joyner, there we go. Thank you very much. So good evening. I know it's been a long evening for you, so I will try to push through this. It does not require action. It's an update for you. On June 17th, you approved the district budget, and that budget was based on the governor's May revise. Since then, the legislature has adopted the state budget. And of course, at the time, we knew there were going to be a lot of differences, and there were. And we were hoping for something better because it was a very, very bad budget. And it is better, considerably better. So we're really happy about that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to very quickly review what it is that you passed, what it was based on, what the changes were, and what it looks like now. And then on the first interim, all those changes will be included in it, and you will we'll have a lot more information then because the year will be on its way. So first slide, please. So this is a slide from what you adopted in June. And the parts that you see in red are the parts that have changed. So if you recall, the governor gave us COLA on the LCFF, on our major funding, and then he deficited it by 10%. That ended up being a 7.92% reduction in funding in the LCFF. And then he took that and brought it forward to all the out years. So we would never get any more for all the out years according to that budget. So that has changed, and you'll see that change. Additionally, the increase for special ed, that went up to 645, that will change. And then at the bottom, the deferrals have grown. So next slide, please. This is what you passed. The $51.5 million is the amount that we were supposed to get from LCFF. And that was a $6.2 million reduction from the 1920 school year funding level. That ended up being a $909 per student reduction. And of that, nearly $1 million of that is due to declining enrollment. So that there's that 6.2 million that you see there. Next slide, please. All right, so this might look familiar to you as well. You see this all the time, but in the second blue row, or actually a third one, the top one is empty. The one that says use of non-general fund reserves. So as you can see there, there's hopefully you can see it. It is kind of small here on my screen. It has a $1 million use of reserves in the current year, the 2021 year. And then it goes to 3.8 million. And then I got to look at my thing because I can't see that here. I think it says 6.95 million. And then basically we use up our reserves, and we would have to go to a cut of a $7.1 million cut in the 23-24 year in order, and all this would have to be done in order to meet our 3%, minimum 3% reserve for economic uncertainty. And that would only give us the minimum of 3% reserve. Next slide, please. So I also showed you if we didn't contribute the funds from the non-general fund reserves, and we didn't, and we had to include it in this, we had a reduction to the school sites funding of the S&C grant funds of $1.8 million per year, not the current year. In the current year, again, you had approved it with it. It was for the out years. And then, and that cut of $7 million in the 23-24 year. If we removed all of those things, Right below shows what our true deficit spending would have been. In the previous slide, you don't have to go back though. In the previous slide, in order for it to be where it was showing there was no deficit funding in those out years, that's because all these things that we did, the use of reserves, the cuts, and the real deficit funding would be these amounts here. Next slide, please. So here, the top part of the slide are the reserves that we have outside of the general fund. And mind you, before using these reserves, we use everything in the general fund. That's why we bring the reserves in, because we don't even have the amount in the general fund left. And then the second part where it says the uses of the reserves to maintain a 3%, that slide where we were using those reserves would use almost $12 million of reserves, leaving us $392,000 left of unused reserves. And that's why we would have had to make the $7.1 million cut in the 23-24 year, because there would be no reserves left. Next slide, please. So this is a slide where I show you what has changed. So that top part, kind of in the bluish purple color, that's all the information I just went over. And the bottom part in the green is what the state adopted budget included, the changes, the major changes that it included that affect us so greatly. First off, there was no COLA. The governor gave us COLA and then cut 10%. Where the legislature, what was passed in the end was giving us no COLA, but giving us no cut. And so that means we get the same, really good for us, we get the same funding that we got from the 1920 year per student for all out years, according to this budget. In addition, the next line is that the special ed funding is going to be at $625 per ADA instead of the $645 per ADA. And that's a reduction for us of $111,000. And when we have a reduction like that of special ed funding, we have to increase our contribution from unrestricted in order to pay for that. Deferrals increased from $5.3 billion for the whole state to $12.9 billion. So the deferrals simply mean that the funding that we are supposed to be getting in the 2021 year, we won't be getting until the 21-22 year. So that's where that cash is king kind of thing comes in. And that's where it's a good thing that we have reserves elsewhere. And also the fund balance in Fund 40, because the cash there, we can't use the cash in Fund 40 for operations, but we can use it to bridge the cash flow gap. And so that's what we'll have to do. Once we start, if we were to use down our reserves, we might not have enough to be able to cover that cash flow gap. But for the 2021 year, we do. Additionally, on the next page, when we get to it, not yet though, the very last line, what you'll see is that we have added back that cut for the S&C grant funds that go to the school sites and all the out years. We had cut $1.8 million per year to them. We've put it back into the budget. So when you see the budget, it is now included in the out years. Again, you never approve out years, you only approve the current year, but we've included this there. So if that's not the proper cut to make in the out years, or if we don't have to make a cut, we will make whatever cuts we need through your approval. Next page, please. So this is how it changes the funds we're going to get. In the first slide, we were getting about 51 million, and now we're getting nearly 56 million. So the amount that we're getting less than the 1920 year is almost $1.8 million. As you can see, it says $1,776,062. So that's the reduction that we're getting. let's see here. And so therefore it's an increase for us of 400, or it's actually, let me see here. Increase over the adopted budget of 4.4 or $4.5 million. Now, if you go down and you see the asterisk, and the asterisk is also on that one line, it says decrease of funds since the 1920 of the 1.7 or almost $1.8 million. This breaks down what that decrease, why we have that decrease. And the first one is it's a decrease in declining enrollment. We still lose the declining enrollment protection from the previous year. We only get it for 1 year. So we lose nearly $1.1 million because of our declining enrollment. In addition to that, our unduplicated percent went down. And so we lose nearly 700,000 from that. And then there's another 34,000 from grade span changes. And then again, I'm showing you that decrease in the special ed revenues of $101,000, which means our contribution from the general fund unrestricted to the restricted has to compensate for that. Next slide, please. So this is what it looks like. I know these numbers are really little. Maybe you have a big
Yes.
monitor. I can just kind of tell you what they say there. But again, if you look at the yellow line where you have the negative funding there, the deficit spending, you have it goes down in the very last year to a positive, and that's because we have a contribution of $5 million, or yes, a contribution of $5 million. So in this scenario, we don't need all those contributions that we had. That first year, or the current year, was $1 million. The following year was 3.8 million. Then it was almost 7 million. And then it was 7 million of cuts. In this new one, we need our general fund unrestricted balance itself can cover the deficit spending. So we don't need to transfer in funds from other non-restricted funds and other funds outside of the general fund. And in year 21, 22, same thing. We don't need additional funds to be able to meet our reserve for economic uncertainty. We still have enough there to cover it. We get into 22, 23, and we have to transfer in $2,650,000 in order to meet our 3% reserve for economic uncertainty, and $5 million in 23, 24 in order to meet our reserve for economic uncertainty. And again, that S&C grant funds is back in here. That's expenditure is back in here. Next slide, please. So this is the slide that you saw earlier, but with updates on it. There are still some, as you saw, there were 2 transfers of funds in from the non-general fund reserves. And then I crossed out, that's where the previous slide had a reduction for the S&C grant. It's not in there anymore. And then there was also cuts in the 23-24 year of 7 million. Those aren't there either anymore. And so with that, if we remove that, then this shows our new true deficit spending. And as you can see, it's reduced considerably from before. Next slide, please. And again, this is that same slide you saw before. So the reserves that we have available to us haven't changed, but the usage of those reserves has changed. So instead of using nearly 12 million, we now use 7.7 million, and we have $4.5 million left in reserves. Next slide, please. So something, again, and this was the same in the adopted budget as right now, is these are additional funds that we are getting. We're getting $5.2 million in the learning loss mitigation funds, as well as 600,000 in the ESSER funds. Now the ESSER funds, we do have to share with private schools. The learning loss mitigation funds, as you can see, the majority of that has to be spent by December 30th. And that is all the stuff that you're voting on, this distance learning. We have to be using it for a myriad of different types of expenditures. And we're working on that. But again, it's not, these funds are not yet included in the revenues, because when we include them in the revenues, we have to have the expenditures to match. Now, there are a lot of expenditures that we've got that will fit into this. And so this will help relieve our general fund. And the spending of these funds has to be linked with the new LCAP. The letters are the same, but now it's called Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan. And that has to be passed by you guys by September 30th. And these funds will be spent in accordance with that. So can't really spend it until we get the plan together and you vote on the plan. And then we have 3 months to spend it. And the ESSER funds, they need to be spent by September 30th of 2022. So our intent is to obviously spend the upper funds first, the learning loss mitigation funds first, because we only have a few months to spend that. And then follow up with using the ESSER funds. Next slide, please. That's it. So I hope I was fast enough. I'm trying, and again, yeah, that record time for me, isn't it?
Yes.
Just because I spoke fast. Again, this is just an update so that you can see how our budget will change. Now, I do want to remind you, we still have declining enrollment, and our declining enrollment was not included. And at this point, it looks like we have I don't know, it's a different year. But prior to this happening, it looked like it was going to be about 200 students less, which means that 2021 year, so this current year, we would not get any more reductions because of that with our major funding LCFF, but the declining enrollment protection would disappear in the following year, and then we would get charged then. Or lose the funds then. I do want to say that I learned that the statewide average of declining enrollment is expected to be 0.62% for this year, this new year. But San Mateo County is at 3.451%. And we're right in there. So we fit right in with the rest of them. So I know it's tough, but we are in good company. With that, I'd like to ask if anybody has any questions. Yes.
So Ms. Kessler, thank you for the presentation. I just had some questions. I know the last time we talked about budgets and we approved the budget, I know on slide 5, you showed us like sort of that deficit spending over this current year as well as the out years. And then I know that you showed the adjustments on slide 10 with like the much reduced numbers. Mm-hmm. So I know in the past we've always talked about like sort of having to like, I know we hate talking about this topic, but like having to like prepare for reductions in the future. Does the adjustments in terms of like the state approved budget help us defer some of that, or do we still need to take those things into consideration as we approve like the upcoming budget?
Okay, well, what I want to say is you always need to take it into consideration, because declining enrollment is a serious thing and it really affects us. And it is not something that the state turns around and then decides to increase the funding and they give us the money for fewer kids. That's not going to happen. However, particularly the last slide that didn't say questions, that nearly $6 million between those two, that, as I said, that is not included. The expenditures are not included in there. And our intent is to find the expenditures that are appropriate that we have to do, that we can put there to relieve our fund balance so we don't just gobble it all up. And so that's going to help us. But the declining enrollment is a thing that's here, And one day it can turn around and get better. And I do believe that eventually it will, because it's cyclical. It comes and goes. But until it starts growing, it is something that we seriously need to look at, because until those numbers don't have brackets around them, we can't live like that forever. We are using our savings, and eventually savings runs out.
Thanks. Just as a follow-up on that discussion about decline enrollment, I'm gonna guess that with COVID, and I think maybe premature in terms of like families selecting hybrid or distance learning. I guess, do you guys have any sort of thoughts or possible projections on like sort of potential gain or loss of students just because of that shift in the fall?
I myself cannot. All I can say is about the 200, the reduction of 200, because that is what it showed prior to this, not even knowing exactly what the school year is going to look like. Maybe Mr. Vidalis can speak to it in greater detail, but I do want to remind you that in the 21-22 year, if, for instance, the model that we've got, say students, instead of 200 kids less, we end up with 500 kids less, and it's because of the whole coronavirus and people they're just doing things different. But the following year, those 300 kids or 500 kids come back. Declining enrollment protection means we get the higher of whatever the 2 years is. So if it's just for 1 year and they come back, we'll get higher. And who knows, maybe the legislature will have pity on us and give us 2 years protection instead of 1. Mr. Vidalis, I don't know if you have something else to add to that.
Yeah, just to clarify, anybody who selects the 100% virtual, they're still our student. They just go to the virtual school. So we don't lose their attendance.
That's correct.
So we do have about, initially, back in May, as I shared last meeting, about 40% of our families said that they'd be interested in that. And we will see in a couple of weeks here how many actually do select that. One thing, I'm glad we did only 6 weeks versus a whole semester. I think we were at risk of losing students, maybe to private schools or to other counties, if we had a longer distance learning period that was not based on data, that was just a definite. As other counties start to open up schools and are off the watch list, I believe some schools will start to open up, even in San Mateo County. Some schools are ready to open up right now. All kids, they have enough money that they have teachers to teach all their kids in small class sizes. So in terms of equity, that's another conversation. But
well, I think we have to.
We don't know. Yeah, we don't know how many students will join us next.
I think we have to realize that what some folks are going through, they're not able to stay and live here anymore. And a lot of them will be moving way out of during the last couple of weeks. I've heard of many groups just packing up their bags and going to Nebraska, knowing to, just getting away so they can get away from the expense. Yeah. This is a very expensive area to live, and it's really hard on families. And we've had some teachers that approached us and said they had to leave because they couldn't afford to live in our area, which is really a shame. But until that changes, we won't get new people, or some people that are here and can't really make it are going to leave. So that's something we have to realize, that things are changing a lot out there. So
you're absolutely correct, and we will have to adjust to whatever it is. That's not a question.
Yeah. So as long as we keep the district going well and giving them the things that the families need, that's most important. But I don't think we're going to grow in attendance. In fact, the private schools are hurting very badly too. And a lot of them are closing up. So I don't know if that means we might get some of them. I'm not sure. But I think you probably read the paper here. I'm shocked at some of the schools that are closing up. So maybe that's good for us.
Okay, any more questions?
But thank you. It looks good.
Thank you, Ms. Kessler.
Certainly, my pleasure.
That's all. Okay, so item number 11A, certificated retirement. The administration recommends approval of the retirement requests from the following certificated employees and requests appropriate resolutions be prepared commending them for their years of service with the district. Maria Luisa Cabrera, math, science, world language teacher. Fernando Rivera, effective 6/13/2020. Ms. Cabrera has been employed by the district since September 30th, 1991. Benjamin Moser, ELD program director, effective August 4th, 2020. Mr. Moser has been employed by the district since September 4th, 1992.
I'd just like to say, congratulations. We've all known Nena from Fernando, made so many of her board meetings and always a voice. And of course, Benjamin, both our experiences teaching with him and his work with ELD, we wish them both well.
All right. Do we have a motion?
I'd like to motion that we approve as recommended by the administration the following certificated employees and provide them with the appropriate resolution for their many years of service, Ms. Maria Luisa Cabrera and also Mr. Benjamin Moser. And thank you both very much for all that you've done for our students and our community.
I'll second that motion.
All right. All those in favor? Aye. Thumbs up.
Aye.
Yes. Unanimous. Item 11. Oh no, excuse me. Yes, 11D. Administrative appointments, 2020-2021. The administration recommends approval of the following administrative appointments. Samson F. Passaro, Principal, Ben Franklin Middle School, effective 7/14/2020, 217 work days. Not sure what this means, but I think it's with masters and MA. Step 17, $152,492 plus $1,100 for MA degree. Paul Alexander DeLanda, Principal, Woodrow Wilson Elementary School, effective 7/14/20. 214 work days. Also with the MA, so step 2, $124,766 plus $1,100 for MA degree. And Rachel Carrion, Vice Principal, Ben Franklin Middle School, effective 7/29/20, 206 work days. Another master's level, step 2, $112,283 plus $2,200 for MA.
I'll make a motion to approve the administrative appointments for Pastoral, DeLanda, and Carrion, who I have had close contact with, and I think are all great and deserving people.
Second.
Oops.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Aye.
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 Okay, unanimous. Item 11F, variable term waiver request 2020-2021. A variable term waiver request is required for a certificated employee for the 2020-2021 school year in order to complete coursework or speech, language pathology, and internship. The administration recommends approval of the request for the waiver for April L. Hollowers. Any
Hi there.
motion?
Oh, I'm sorry, just in case you had any questions.
Nope.
All right, great.
Is there a motion? Okay, I'll make the motion that we approve the variable term waiver request for April L. Hollowers for the 2020 to 2021 school year.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Thumbs
Aye.
up. Aye. It's unanimous. Item 13, Board Policies, Administrative Regulations. Item 13A, Board Policies, Administrative Regulations, March 2020, CSBA Board Policy Revision, second reading. The board will review and revise board policies / administrative regulations from March 2020 CSBA Board Policy Revisions as stated in a second reading. Any discussion on this?
Nope.
I'll make a motion to adopt the following revised board policy and administrative regulations for March 2020 CSBA Board Policy Revisions as stated in a second reading.
Second the motion.
All those in favor? Aye.
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 Okay, unanimous. Item B, Board Policies, Administrative Regulations, April 2020, CSBA Board Policy Revision, second reading. The board will review and revise board policies, administrative regulations from April 2020, CSBA Board Policy Revisions as stated in a second reading. Any discussion or motion?
I'll make a motion as well to adopt the following revised board policy administrative regulations from April 2020 CSBA Board Policy Revisions as stated in a second reading.
Second motion.
All those in favor, say aye, raise your thumb.
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous. Item number 14, Governance Team Member Comments, Reports, and Board Meeting Reflect. Start with Superintendent Dallas.
Thank you for the meeting today. Thank you for providing direction to administration on how to move forward. We will communicate that to our families as soon as we can. We'll do that tomorrow or certainly by Friday. Also, I chose the be concise, and maybe I wasn't, so I'll try harder next time.
All righty. Mr. Koo.
I selected we will listen actively and communicate openly. I know that we've received a ton of comments in regards to reopening, so just making sure that we are just listening to community and sort of understanding all these different perspectives, especially when it comes down to a pretty important decision that we have to make as a board.
All right, Ms. Manio.
I also chose the same as Trustee Koo, that we would listen actively and communicate openly. And I feel like we definitely did that today. And all of the emails that we also received did not fall on blind eyes. They were definitely read, and we are taking into consideration all of the communications that were sent to us. So that's what I chose.
All right, Ms. Liana Anoa'i.
I also chose that one, to listen openly and actively. And I think we did that successfully tonight as well. We're in a time of uncharted territories and times that are just unknown. And I think now more than ever, we need to continue to have inclusive conversations. To me, that's equity. You know, we need to ensure that people are not just heard, but their voices are validated, and that we really take to heart what is being communicated. And that's what people are entrusting in us as board members, as people of the community. They're counting on that. And I love that we were able to do that today as a collective with our administrators, and then listening to the teachers, our educators, and the families. So we're in this together. Just like with COVID, we're in it together, and we're only going to get through it together. So I appreciate us towing the line and staying in the trenches and continuing to fight the good fight.
Brizuela.
Thank you. I also chose we will listen actively and communicate openly. And I think we very much did that. And we had very sensitive comments and conversations. And like I said at the beginning, let's listen to every person that wanted to speak to us, even if it took us into a longer time at our meeting. But I think that they're knowing that we're listening to them, and they can hear what we're saying. Is going to make everything so much better. So I'm glad that we took that time today to do that.
All right, thanks. And I chose that we will, that I will focus on the best interest of what is in the best interest of the student. And we do that every single time we get. Let me see. At this time, do we have any other speaker cards for persons wishing to address the board on closed session?
We do.
We do.
Is it quite a bit again?
She's laughing.
I think like maybe 7.
Yeah, not as many as the 9F.
Not 50, maybe just 7.
Oh, let's go.
Okay,
Let's
so
go.
is it still the same process of alternating reading?
Yep.
All right, let's start with Miguel again.
Want me to go first, Trustee Koo?
Yeah, you first.
Or whatever works for you.
Okay, I'll go. This is from Kevin Owens, math teacher at TRP. While teachers are preparing for the hardest year that has ever been in the last 100 years of American education, JESD is threatening to take away our self-directed collaboration time or cut our pay 1.5%. This is a remarkable insult and stems from a lack of respect for and trust in teachers. Why can't we be trusted to direct our own collaboration time? Why we are hardworking professionals and we're tired of having to argue to be treated as such. If you ask most teachers, a lot of district and site mandated PD/collaboration time is mildly useful at best, whereas my self-directed time is often extremely productive. Just this summer alone, I used my own time to attend multiple trainings around distance learning, share pedagogical strategies with colleagues, and continued my work on the JESD Coalition for Ethnic Studies. Our collaboration time is being used as a bargaining chip when in reality, we need collaboration time this year more than ever. I should be planning for this upcoming school year, but instead I'm spending my time writing to you, asking to be treated with dignity. I love teaching, but I'm tired of having to fight for the most basic needs from my employer. My collaboration time should not be negotiable. It's necessary, especially in this unprecedented time. Negotiations and reopening are not seen by teachers as completely separate issues. What we have seen this summer is our employer proposing to risk our lives while cutting collaboration time or pay. That's
Next speaker is Lona Dart, retired teacher, current co-chair, AP 3267. Dear board members, I realize that being a school board member is tough right now. Certainly in times like this, the expertise and ideas of all employees are needed more than ever. When I retired, I was satisfied that the administration of the Elementary School District and Union AFT 3267 had laid the groundwork for a labor management partnership, which would allow for more collaboration and communication between the district and CSEA and AFT. Together, union members and district administrators attended conferences for many years and learned of the Harvard study data showing that unions and admin collaboration results in better academic outcomes. Through collaboration, the union and the district adopted restorative justice practices, hired additional counselors and nurses, held evening workshops for families, and adopted a student-friendly writers workshop curriculum. I was proud that we established a collaborative time for teachers to actually plan lessons with their colleagues and be paid for this time, instead of donating their time as they had for years. The paid collaboration time was established in 2010. 2 hours of time could be planned by the district administration, and 4 hours could be for teachers to plan lessons with their colleagues. It was a fair agreement. Now I hear that during the pandemic, the district wishes to use this uncertain, scary time as an excuse to take back this agreement, demanding that all collaborative time be under administrative control, or else teachers take a 1.5% pay cut. In other words, labor management collaboration is tossed aside at a time when teachers most need support, when their very lives and their family members' lives and health can be endangered by teaching. The district chooses to send in a lawyer to do their hard bargaining. The message is clear that teachers' expertise is not valued. Teachers are not trusted to do their jobs without an administrator telling them how to do it. This lack of trust hits hard when many teachers spend all spring cobbling together distance learning and paper packets of work, serving as tech support and counselors, delivering lessons and meals and boxes of food to families. They continue working the summer to expand their expertise and develop lessons and techniques for distance learning. As past president, who spent hours negotiating the fine print of this collaborative agreement, I'm so disappointed. I would urge board members to end these autocratic actions and recognize that the district cannot survive a pandemic.
2 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, next speaker card. My name is Sarah Saval. I've worked as a counselor for the district for 8 years, and I've been on the negotiating team for 5 years. I am extremely disheartened with the fact that our unit is being threatened by the district of having our salaries cut by 1.5% if we don't agree to change contract language about teacher-directed collaboration time. To quote, if we do not have an agreement on this new contract language, then we do not have an agreement on salary, unquote. Although I am not a teacher, I can attest to how hard my colleagues work on a day-to-day basis. I've never been more impressed than when we were forced to go into shelter in place. I witnessed teachers put in 10 plus hours a day, including weekends, to come up with a digital platform and plan that attempted to reach all students. I witnessed teachers put aside familial and personal obligations. I witnessed teachers cry from exhaustion and scream from frustration. Still, they persevered. To be threatened with a pay cut in the midst of a pandemic over much needed and deserved teacher-directed collaboration time saddens me. It shows a lack of trust and a lack of respect. I urge members of the school board to protect and defend our hardworking teachers and unit members and not allow tactics like this to ever occur, much less at a time when our job security and safety has never meant more. Thank you, Sarah.
Next speaker is Jenny Harrison, teacher and member of AFT 3267. Dear school board members and district administration, more than anything, teachers want to be in our classrooms, teaching our students. No screen time remotely compares. As of today, July 21st, 2020, California is approaching 400,000 coronavirus cases. We appear to be on track to surpass New York as a state with the most coronavirus infections. We cannot ignore these facts. Returning in person after only 3.5 weeks is clearly misguided. Virtually every other district staying with distance learning for much longer, including our Jefferson Union High School District. In addition to being the only district asking teachers and coworkers to return to classes in person so soon, the district is proposing a 1.5% salary cut if teachers do not agree to give up the professional autonomy that was fought so hard in 2010. The lack of trust from district administrators is disrespectful and insulting. Assuming that the only way teachers know how to do the job is actually teaching, is if administration tells us what to do, diminishes our expertise and experience. Teaching is a craft, a practice. The mistrust from district administration, especially during the stressful time of a global pandemic, is like being kicked in the face. It's downright offensive. Board members, please end these autocratic actions. Thank you for your attention and kind consideration.
Next speaker card is from Julie Gessen. Teachers who have opted to teach online for 2020-2021 due to personal or family health conditions should be able to return to their previous assignment when it is safer to do so. They should not be punished for making a life-saving decision. AHL should be extended, at-home learning should be extended until after the holiday break to allow time to bend the curve and then to reassess the situation. Israel serves as an example of what can go wrong when schools are forced to open quickly. America wants to reopen schools. Here's how to learn from Israel's mistakes in Haaretz.com.
In May, as Israel's COVID-19 infection rate was under control, the rush to open schools caused the rates of infection to skyrocket. Children are susceptible to COVID-19, can become seriously ill, suffer lifelong complications, and even die. They can also become vectors of infection to their families. Requiring teachers to work on site places them in contact with others through sharing public spaces, increasing the possibility of virus transmission. Teaching from an empty classroom is not likely to increase the students' feeling of normalcy. Instead, it takes away a sense of all being in this together. It also shows that teachers are not being trusted to do their job. Mastering new ways to engage students through online platforms will add even more to the teachers' already busy schedules as they prepare for every possible option for teaching during a global pandemic, while coping with possible family, health, and financial issues of their own. The proposed salary cut of 1.5% at this time seems unnecessary and cruel. That's all.
And the last speaker card on this item is Susan Roboy, a teacher, coach, and co-coordinator of the after school sports program. Hello, once again, this is Susan Roboy, TRP staff member for the last 27 years. I have concerns about what I hear regarding staff being required to return to our schools, sites to teach remotely. Also seems we are being told that the admin and our leadership team will direct how we spend our Wednesday collaboration time. If we do not agree to that, we'll be receiving a salary cut. These things show an extreme lack of confidence in us as teachers and professionals. I know I speak for many of us in saying I cannot even count the number of hours we all spent working during the 3 months of the 2019-2020 school year, creating lessons, holding Zoom meetings, grading student work, and endlessly trying to reach students who are not engaged. With many extremely stressful variables, we were able to do all this from the safety of our homes. As for our Wednesday collaboration times, that opportunity for self-directed time is invaluable in more ways than you may know. When we don't get to choose what we deem necessary to meet about, it negates the importance of all subject areas. Often, we are asked to evaluate things that are not relevant to the entire staff. Given the unusual nature of the circumstances, we will need more self-directed time to decide our own priorities rather than less. The threat of cutting our salary if we don't agree about this is extremely insulting at best. Please consider our concerns and respect our professionalism while making decisions that affect our JESD family of staff, students, and all those who are fortunate enough to be part of our community. And that's the last speaker on this topic.
All right. So at this time, we will be convening to closed session, and we'll take about a 5-minute break before we start.
So we should all turn off our video and then turn it back on in about
That's right.